We shall now have a moment of silence and prayer and meditation. Thank you. You may be seated. Huh? Good morning, honorable members. We have the following apologies. Honorable Member Chief Whip Opakwabani, Honorable Member Foko, Honorable Member Mkabela. These are the only apologies that I have. Honorable Member, in the sitting of this House on the 1st of August 2024, when Honorable Member Msimanga was debating for 3 of the Department of Economic, Small Business Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs, Honorable Meko raised a point of order and said that it undermines the decorum of the House to address a fellow member of the legislature in the manner that the Honorable Member Msimanga has addressed the Honorable MEC Mbalula. He requested that Honorable Member Msimanga should withdraw his remarks, particularly regarding the alleged reference to Honorable Mbalula as Honorable Ghost Worker of Mangaung. I undertook to consider the matter and make a ruling later. I now want to make the following ruling on the matter. First, the Speaker is empowered by Rule 89, subsection 2 of the Standing Rules and Orders to give his or her decision forthwith or subsequently on an objection raised to language considered to be offensive or unbecoming in terms of Rule 89, subsection 1. Furthermore, notwithstanding that the Rules and Orders Committee still has to develop directives and guidelines setting standards of behavior for honorable members in terms of Rule 89, subsection 3, presiding officers must still uphold the decorum of this House. Upon the point of order raised by Honorable Member on the allegation, I sought a response from Honorable Member Msimanga whether his statement, the statement of Ghost Worker, was in reference to Honorable Mbalula. Honorable Msimanga was not confirming or denying the allegation when he said he was not sure as he spoke a lot of things. However, there is no doubt that Honorable Msimanga was referring to Honorable Mbalula, as it was only Honorable Mbalula who was engaging him at that point in time. In upholding the decorum of this House, I call upon Honorable Member Msimanga to withdraw that reference because it is offensive and unbecoming of an honorable member of this House to refer to another member in that manner. Honorable Member Msimanga.
Honorable Speaker, truth by its nature is offensive. When you go to Matlo report of Mangaung, which was sanctioned by the Council of Mangaung, page 52, paragraph 127 to paragraph 128, is referring to Honorable Mbalula as a ghost worker. Those are findings of Matlo attorneys. I will not withdraw. I can't withdraw the truth.
Honorable Member Msimanga, we are not talking about you withdrawing the truth, but we're talking about the decorum in the House and how you refer to a member. These are 2 different circumstances. Your truth will remain your truth, but in the House, you've got to hold that decorum. I now instruct the honorable member to withdraw that statement. You're not withdrawing the fact that that's what you believe, but saying it in the House and referring to the another member.
Honorable Speaker, is not my belief. Facts stated in the report after thorough investigation.
Let's not argue. I'm talking about your reference to the member, honorable member in the House. We're talking about the decorum, and that's all that we're asking you to do.
Even though it's referred as such by the AG, I draw.
Thank you. Honourable Member.
Honourable Speaker, I think I'm covered, but I just wanted to repeat what you were saying, that is he willing to take a question on the very same matter, decorum, make him disorganized, because this honesty, Abona, it's honesty when it suits them.
Point of order.
Yes.
What is the premier stand in terms of, because we are guided by rules and order, which section of the stand rules and order does the premier stand in terms of?
Honorable Premier.
No. I was standing on a point of order as well, that he was not responding to the question. That's what I'm saying, and we're not here to debate that, Honorable Speaker. We'll engage you later.
Honorable members, listen, honorable members. I've made a ruling and the member has withdrawn, and it's unfortunate that there was this follow-up. Let's move on. I'm really serious about maintaining the decorum of the House, and I would like members to help this House and behave as such. We refer to all of you as honorable members, and it's therefore very important that you behave as such for you to earn this title. You are all welcome, our guests, our honorable members, you are all welcome, and the members of the NCOP that are here. We now proceed to motions. The Secretary shall read motion 1.
That the second reading debate on the appropriation bill number 2 of 2024 be continued with vote 10, community safety, roads and transport.
Oh, Honorable Member Mbalula, I think your time is up, Honorable Member. Honorable Member Mbalula, your time is up. The honorable member is defying. Honorable members, I have instructed the member that his time is up. You may sit down. Continue, honorable member.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council, honorable members of the Free State Provincial Legislature, the Free State Traditional Leadership, leadership of local government, leadership of the ANC, the CEO of RTMC, the Provincial Commissioner of the South African Police Service, Brigadier General of the South African National Defence Force, Regional Commissioner of the Correctional Services, Regional Head of State Security Agency, Provincial Head of IPIT, Road Accident Fund, Regional Manager, Airport Manager of the Bram Fisher International Airport, Office of the Auditor General, President of Santaco, Provincial Taxi Council, Chairperson, members of the Road Safety Forums, members of the Community Policing Forums, all our esteemed guests, Baaiba Freestata Kaufela Dumela, Molweni Khuye More. Honorable Speaker, allow me to foreground this budget vote by borrowing from the founding father of our democracy, the late President Nelson Mandela, when he said, "Safety and security do not just happen. They are the result of collective consensus and public investment. We owe our children and the most vulnerable citizens in our society a life free of violence and fear," close quote. We present this budget vote at a time when our province is beset by the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide, which has claimed the lives of many innocent women and girls, and could potentially take more unless we stand up as a people. We express our deepest condolences to the families of Disebo Masupa, Machaka Khadebe, Lerato Masiu, Kilebukile Sirumoni, and many other women who perished in the hands of the heartless murderers. At the same time, we are confronted with the urgent challenge of upgrading, rehabilitating, and rebuilding our road infrastructure. The devastating impact of floods and the persisting strain of heavy freight transport has left our roads in a bad state. We understand the frustration in the voices of our people, especially our farmers and businesses, whose survival depend on our road networks. Bad roads are not merely an inconvenience, they destroy our economy as well. Our ability to attract investment and tourists as a province is significantly diminishing by the bad conditions of roads. The potholes and crumbling infrastructure will force businesses to close their doors. To create jobs, we need a thriving economy. To have a thriving economy, we need proper infrastructure, and at the heart of this infrastructure lies a solid road network. Yet, these challenges notwithstanding, this budget vote presents a unique opportunity. It is an opportunity to demonstrate our resilience. It is a call to action, to rebuild, to restore, and to protect. Today, we commit ourselves to working together with all our people, South African police services and other law enforcement institutions, traditional leaders, religious institutions, business, civil society associations, and other stakeholders in building a safer and better province. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the Department of Community Safety, Road and Transport, I would like to take this opportunity to once more acknowledge the challenges faced by the province in respect of aging road infrastructure and deteriorating conditions of our provincial road network. Due to the central location of our province, our road network endures immense pressure, and hence we must redouble our efforts in preventative maintenance to safeguard the longevity of our road infrastructure. The department has forged strategic partnerships with various stakeholders to address these challenges. Through these partnerships, we have begun to make significant strides in ensuring that all our roads contribute meaningfully to the economic advancement of our province. Honorable Speaker, we have invested immensely in the use of the latest technology to quantify our provincial and maintenance backlog, and thus far, our intervention and strategies are supported by scientific evidence. During the past financial year, the department successfully rehabilitated over 1.1 million square meters of surfaced roads, a clear commitment on the part of our government to enhance infrastructure and ensuring safer travel for our communities. Additionally, 159,000 square meters of surfaced roads were resealed, and 126 kilometers of gravel roads were re-gravelled, further improving road conditions across the province. Our maintenance effort also saw the blading of 7,000 kilometers of gravel roads, ensuring accessibility and connectivity in rural areas. These projects not only contributed to the improvement of the road infrastructure, but also created significant employment opportunities. A total of 4,044 work opportunities were created, of which 2,250 were filled by youth and 2,060 by women and 5 by persons with disability. Malibongwe. This reflects our commitment to inclusive growth and empowerment, ensuring that our projects positively impact the lives of our citizens, particularly those from vulnerable and marginalized groups. As we continue to accelerate on rehabilitation, refurbishment, upgrade, and the upgrade of gravel roads to paved, re-graveling of unpaved road network through the Provincial Road Maintenance Grant, and the 2024-25 budget will be as follows. 258 million will be allocated to Harib, 134 million will be invested in Machabeng, 165 million will be invested in Ijoleputswa, and Thabo Mofokeng will receive 675 million, and Fezile Dabi 334 million. Additionally, activities relating to the preventative maintenance and routine maintenance to the value of 274 million will be rolled out in Free State wide. A total budget of 1.2 billion is planned for special maintenance projects that are intended to address the road assets that are deteriorating and failing prematurely due to increased freight on our surfaced roads. The following major special maintenance projects are ongoing from the 2023-2024 financial year and have a combined budget of 1 billion in the 2024-25 financial year. And these roads are Koffiefontein, Lukhof, Zastron, Stekspruit, Jacobsdal, Koffiefontein, Tweespruit to Hophouse, Kroonstad, Henneman to Virginia, Senegal to Lentley, Lentley to Pieterstein, Senegal to Rosendal, and Rosendal to Ficksburg, Harrismith, Special Economic Zone, Kwakwa roads, primary roads, consisting of 6 different roads totaling approximately 50 kilometers. Viljoenskroon to Orkney, Koppes to Sasolburg, and Sasolburg to Heilbron. An additional budget of 134 million is set aside for new projects that are expected to commence in the 3rd and 4th quarters of 2024-2025 financial year. And these roads are the following: a road from Clocolan to Marquardt, Ladybrand to Hophouse, Tweespruit to Excelsior, Oppermansgronde upgrade of 10 kilometers gravel surfaced road, Tabanchu public transport routes with a total of length approximately 20 kilometers, Delersville to Herzogsville up to Christiana border, completion of Kroonstad to Stainsrest road between Reitz and Kester. A total budget of 125 million is budgeted for the regraveling program in all 5 districts of the province. To speed up pothole repairs, the Free State Province is collaborating with the Central University of Technology to expand Operation Valazonke. Through this program, 650 young people have been afforded work opportunities in all 5 districts of the province. In an effort to address flood damaged bridge structures in our province, the department has budgeted an amount of 39 million. This is over and above the already committed budget of Oos River Bridge in Mangaung and Bridge B244 in Lejoleputswa at a combined cost of 40.3 million. The Welisizwe Rural Bridge Program is also continuing, and a budget of 181 million is earmarked for the 2024-2025 financial year to promote accessibility in rural communities in partnership with the South African National Defence Force and the National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. Honorable Speaker, the department remains committed to the uplifting of previously disadvantaged groups, and we make no apologies for our programs to secure their integration in the mainstream economy. We are committed to empowering emerging contractors through our road maintenance budget in a cost-effective and transparent manner. We recognize the importance of supporting small and medium-sized enterprises so that we can create a more inclusive economy. I have directed officials to ensure an inclusive and equitable construction industry that support previously disadvantaged groups throughout the entire value chain, from the initial stages of manufacturing and material supply to the complex terrain of asphalt production. This we must do to ensure that Black people also have a stake in the whole value chain. It cannot be that our people will be excluded even in spaces where their government is the biggest partner. We are pleased to announce that in the next financial year, the department is planning to create 6,900 jobs, including 4,140 for women, 3,795 for young people, and 138 for people living with disabilities. We are committed to ensuring that local contractors, particularly youth and women, benefit from our infrastructure projects beyond the 30% threshold set by legislation. We are yet to complete the following projects in this financial year: the Oos River Bridge rehabilitation, the road between Koffiefontein, Lukhof, Havenga Bridge, Harrismith Special Economic Zone route. The following projects will be ongoing from 2023-2024 financial year for completion in 2025-2026 financial year. And these include the road between Jacobsdal, Koffiefontein, and the road between Zastron and Stekspruit, Kroonstad, Henneman, Virginia, Senegal, Lentley, Pieterstein, Rosendal, Ficksburg, Viljoenskroon, and Orkney. Honorable Speaker, to implement labor-intensive projects and invest in the execution of the mandates of the expanded public works program, the procurement process for following township revitalization program projects are underway for commencement in the current financial year, and completion during 2025-2026 financial year to the value of 77.9 million. And these are in Kwakwa, Charles Mupedi Stadium, Precinct Road, Harry Smith, Bethlehem, Paul Roux, Vicksburg, Lady Brand, Sassolberg, Kroonstad, Bloemfontein, Botshabelo, Taban, Tromsberg. The economic and social well-being of communities is greatly enhanced by safe and well-maintained roads that provide access to work, healthcare, education, and social amenities. We are making an investment of 1.9 billion into the upgrading and maintenance of road infrastructure. Maintenance of road infrastructure remains central to repositioning the Free State truly as the food basket of the country. In 2024-2025, the department will be partnering with our farming communities, making available road equipment to maintain access roads in farming areas. In the final analysis, our roads are not mere ribbons of asphalt. They are lifelines that connect our communities, our economies, our dreams. I hope today we will not fail to address the urgent challenges facing infrastructure and indeed people of our province, because we catapulted political banter above sensible cooperation. Politics must enable, not to disable us. Honorable Speaker, the department has committed 340 million to enhance transport development, including support for the bus sector. This funding aims to reduce congestion, improve accessibility, and address social exclusion. The public transport operations grants play a critical role in the economy in terms of creating jobs and generating much needed income in both the transport and supplier industries. The subsidized buses in our province have been instrumental in providing reliable transportation services, with daily passenger numbers rising from 22,000 to 24,000 in the two key rural municipalities, namely Mangaung and Maluti Apofu. We are working harder to integrate these services with Mangaung Metropolitan Municipality's public transport network, and we plan to transfer responsibility to the municipality. The Shovakalula initiative, which promotes non-motorized transport, has allocated 542 bicycles to learners across the province for the 2023-2024 financial year, with plans to provide 600 bicycles in the upcoming year. Through this initiative, we support school children with bicycles and educate them on safe and effective use. The initiative aligns with our goal of social inclusion, safety, and environmental sustainability as encapsulated in the National Land Transport Strategic Framework. Furthermore, this initiative provides an affordable and accessible transport option for learners, the majority of whom come from indigent communities and households. Additionally, we have secured 5 interns from various universities specializing in transport management in collaboration with the National Department of Transport. Among other things, these interns bring fresh perspectives and help us imagine new ways of being. Honorable Speaker, we will continue to support the taxi industry through the administrative operations of the Free State Provincial Taxi Council. This industry is a backbone of our economy and has carried millions of our people for many years. Our government will do everything in its power to offer its support. Through the Operating and Licensing Board, we have completely eradicated the ad hoc permits that have long troubled the taxi industry. These ad hoc permits have led, have led to uncertainty and exclusion, particularly during the COVID-19 relief efforts, when many Free State taxi operators were unable to access the relief fund because ad hoc permits were not recognized. This significantly impacted the livelihoods of many operators who were ineligible for much needed financial support. The eradication of these ad hoc permits and the transition to issuing valid operating license marks a significant milestone for the taxi industry in our province. We are certainly paving the way for those who were previously excluded to benefit from the second phase of the relief fund led by the National Department of Transport. We are 74% complete in terms of the issuing of outstanding operating licenses, with operators currently holding compliant temporary operating licenses awaiting adjudication. All 79 registered taxi associations have now successfully established strong working relationships with their regional and provincial structures, fostering greater cooperation across the board. We remain committed to formalizing scholar transport services in Kharib region to ensure that learners have reliable transport to their respective schools. The central location of our province makes logistics a primary and critical industry to catalyze economic development. As a consequence, we are focusing on partnerships with the sector, both in the province and beyond, to ensure the effective training of truck drivers beyond the acquisition of Code 14 license. This will ensure professionalization of truck driving and the uplifting of conditions of drivers due to their extensive training and expertise. In addition to the training of drivers, we have identified the incubation of small, excellent truck owners by large established companies, which will allow them to transport non-seasonal cargo, ensure sustainable work, and ensure an upward growth trajectory within the freight logistics sector. The establishment of the dedicated counter for the servicing of logistics companies and other bulk clients has ensured that clients with large fleet no longer have to wait for services at our revenue authorities, but are assisted on an appointment basis, which will, in the future, ensure maximum use of the time of agents appointed for this purpose. To ensure longevity of our road infrastructure, we shall invest in the establishment of weight bridges across key areas in the province. These weight bridges will play a crucial role in monitoring and regulating the weight of trucks, thereby preventing vehicles from exceeding the prescribed weight limits. Honorable Speaker, it is not just in the area of road logistics where we have identified opportunities as a department. The extension of Bram Fisher International Airport with the establishment of a dedicated cargo terminal is a critical multi-stakeholder project which we are embarking upon, supported by the Airport Company South Africa. The identification, development, and finishing and refining of time-sensitive and air-friendly cargo is an exercise our department has also embarked upon and will continue into the foreseeable future. As we continue to streamline the freight logistics sector through the performance-based standard vehicle pilot project, up to 100 permits have been issued to freight companies who operate in or through the Free State since the recommissioning of the BPS project in 2019. Honorable Speaker, we remain committed to maintaining law and order on our roads by constantly providing quality traffic policing services. We continue to deploy traffic officials in a manner that seeks to maintain and promote a culture of road traffic law compliance by all road users. We are performing relatively well when it comes to the reduction of road fatalities, considering that our province shares major national roads with 5 other provinces, as a result of which a high volume of traffic passes through the Free State, particularly during peak days. The number of fatal crashes experienced over the year 2023-24 festive period is 1,184, which represents 2.3% decline compared to the recorded 1,212 of 2022-2023 festive season. A donation of 2 fully equipped trucks was received by the department from the SAB. These trucks will be utilized as a mobile alcohol evidence centers at roadblock operations all over the province to monitor alcohol abuse on our roads. Driven by our commitment to ensure improved services across all testing stations, 7 testing stations in the province have been identified for upgrades in the financial year 2024-2025. These testing stations are the following: Excelsior, Philippolis, Edinburgh, Winburg, Tennyson Castle, and Lentley. Honorable Speaker, fleet management is also improving accountability and transparency among employees using government motor transport. A vehicle tracking and monitoring system is installed in our fleet. Through this system, it is easier to track the location, usage, and maintenance of history of each vehicle. More than anything, this helps in preventing misuse of public assets. Our vehicles are subject to various regulations and safety requirements. We espouse the policy that says regular maintenance, adherence to safety protocols, and proper documentation of inspections must happen to ensure that vehicles comply with legal standards. To this effect, we are partnering with the MERSITA and Free State Training and Development Institute to provide skills program and artisan recognition of prior learning to 460 candidates to the value of 21,400,000 over a period of 3 years. These candidates include our artisan operators and employees of merchants doing business with the entity. For 2024-2025 financial year, we will be exploring the possibility of vetting all artisans, operators, and merchants working with the state vehicles. The entity is increasingly recognizing the importance of reducing our carbon footprint. In 2024-2025, we will adopt more of fuel-efficient technologies that contribute to environmental conservation and align the public sector with broader sustainability goals. Honorable Speaker, in his 1984 speech at the General Assembly of the United Nations, Thomas Sankara had the following to say, and I quote, "There is no true social revolution without the liberation of women. May my eyes never see and my feet never take me to a society where half the people are held in silence. I hear the roar of women's silence. I sense the rumble of their storm and feel the fury of their revolt." Close quote. 40 years later, the position and situation of women in society has not improved for the better, but progress has been made. Despite our efforts to realize a free and non-sexist society, the scourge of gender-based violence has cast a dark cloud over our beautiful province. We acknowledge the fear and pain that has crept into the hearts of most women in our communities due to the escalating cases of GBV. In the words of Angela Davis, quote, "Violence against women is not a private issue, but a political one. It is a symptom of a society in which women still seen as property rather than people," close quote. This is a pandemic that requires our decisive action. The time for empty rhetoric is over. We must unite as a province to confront the problem of patriarchy and misogyny. There is a need to create a free state where people feel safe and walk freely without fear. Our efforts in this regard are undermined by crimes such as gender-based violence and femicide, human trafficking, fraud and corruption, rising conduct crimes, organized crime syndicates, incidents of violent public unrest, illicit mining, burglaries at schools, and substance abuse. In our province, particularly problematic areas include Park Road, Bloomspruit, Tabong, and Velcom station precincts, which feature prominently on national crime lists. The South African Police Service has been allocated a budget of 2.4 million for the Gender-Based Violence Action Plan, which includes the establishment of victim-friendly rooms. Of the 111 police stations, 88 have established VFRs according to the required standard, while 23 use alternative rooms to provide similar services to victims. Honorable Speaker, our department actively participates in the Provincial Gender-Based Violence Desk, coordinated by the Office of the Premier. Our primary role is to secure strict adherence by SAPS to Domestic Violence Act and to maintain functional VFRs at police stations to prevent secondary victimization. By the end of 2023-2024 financial year, we had conducted DVA audits and assessed VFR functionality at all 111 police stations. Findings and recommendations from these audits were communicated to SAPS through the appropriate DVA compliance forum for necessary interventions. In order to increase community awareness of GBV and its effects, we hosted public education programs throughout the province and distributed informative pamphlets. 3 community outreach programs were held in Botshabelo, Senegal, and Allen Ridge, where stakeholders addressed issues of related GBV and femicide, substance abuse, and human trafficking. We will continue our multifaceted strategy to combat GBV and femicide. This shall include programs such as 16 days of activism against women and children, partnerships with external stakeholders, and sustaining public awareness campaigns. 7 public order police units, including the recently established Harrismith sub-unit, have been active in the Free State. During the 2023-2024 financial year, those units managed 414 peaceful incidents and stabilized 89 unrest incidents, a significant reduction from the previous year's 82 unrest incidents. Operation Chanela, which we conducted in the previous financial year, led to 52,388 arrests, the apprehension of 10,071 undocumented persons, and the confiscation of 261 illegal firearms. Our Operation Roadrunner continues to focus on preventing hijacking, stolen goods, transportation, and cash-in-transit robberies. A brief report highlights incidents in Vrede, planned operations in Mangaung, and successes in Senegal, including the recovery of firearms stolen in the Northern Cape. Last year, 18 arrests were made, arms and ammunition were confiscated, and 1 fatality occurred. To enhance the Community Policing Forums program, we intend to seek funding to support CPFs with resources such as uniforms, equipment, as well as stipends for patrollers. We have to do this in order to encourage and inspire greater community involvement in crime prevention. The establishment and implementation of community safety forums at district and local municipality levels remain a challenge. Efforts will be made in the coming year to assist in the creation of the community safety forums, to build sustainable partnerships with municipalities to ensure the ongoing effectiveness of this forum. Honorable Speaker, to address human resources challenges in SAPS through recruitment processes for the year 2023-2024, the province received a total of 669 student constables in April 2023. These constables were distributed across the province at various police stations and specialized units. For April 2024 intake, we currently have 264 new recruits who are busy with the basic police development program at various police academies in the country. They are scheduled to conclude their training this year and will graduate in December. A total of 13 members were re-enlisted for allocation to the detective service environment. Honorable Speaker, in May this year, 2 suspects were arrested in connection with the murder and robbery of 2 elderly farm owners in Glen. The safety of the communities in the rural areas remains a priority, and the deployment of resources, including of personnel and vehicles at the police stations declared as rural stations, is prioritized. Our successes in the illicit mining and damage to essential infrastructure include the following: endangered species. An intelligence-driven operation was conducted on N6, and 1.1 tons of abalone with an estimated street value of 4.2 million were seized, and 1 suspect was arrested. On illicit trade, 4,000 boxes of illicit cigarettes worth 12 million were seized in Ruvel in July 2024. The province has made arrests on kidnapping and extortion incidents. Out of 15 registered cases, 56 arrests were made. Since 2022, an escalation of isolated cases of seed and poison theft led to a centralized joint operation between Free State and Northwest provinces, which unearthed a syndicate of farmers and farm laborers stealing from other farmers. The provincial SAP successfully arrested 14 suspects from 10 dockets and stolen property to the value of 2 million. Our men and women in blue in the province deserve some praise. During the recent National SAPS Awards ceremony, the overall laureate winner was again from the Free State province for the second time in a row, receiving vehicles, brand new vehicles. Bravo to Constable T.M. Mutamari, 2023, and Lieutenant Colonel Sandy, 2024 winners. The achievements did not end with the laureate winner in 2024. Lieutenant Colonel Junior Sandy from the Tactical Response Unit Bloemfontein not only won the category for the High Risk Member of the Year, but also walked away with the Laureate Award, which included a brand new vehicle. Masbakwa Belin. Constable Mataha Lekua from the Naval Sec Detective not only won in the Police Minister's Special Award category, but also earned the rank of Warrant Officer. He was accordingly recognized for his diligent investigative work in a high-profile case. Captain Peter from Bloemfontein Public Order Police Unit won the category for Medium Risk Member of the Year. He is deployed as an operational commander at the illicit mining operation Knockout, and his operation managed to arrest 1,936 suspects in 892 reported cases. The province achieved the following between October 2023 to March 2024. 220 perpetrators were sentenced to 1,313 years of imprisonment. In 25 cases, perpetrators received life sentences, including the sentence of Mario Guzzi, who was convicted on 1,010 charges that include rape, sexual assault, manufacturing, possession, and distribution of child pornography. He is serving a sentence of 6,548 years. Dilika jail law. In 25 cases, perpetrators received 20 years and above. In 53 cases, perpetrators received 10 to 19 years, and in 118 cases, perpetrators received between 1 and 9 years each. Free State FCS unit achieved 113 convictions since April 2024 to date. Just 2 days ago, an intelligence-driven operation by the Free State Provincial Police successfully cut off a major drug supply chain targeting our schools and institutions of higher learning here in Parkweg area in Bloemfontein. Bravo again to our police. The details of this operation are sobering. 4 suspects aged between 20 and 41 years were arrested. This syndicate operating from a unit in Brandwag involved a substantial quantity of dagga with an estimated street value of 1.5 million, along with illegal firearms. Honorable Speaker, the total budget allocated to the department for 2024-2025 financial year is 3.6 billion and is broken down as follows. Equitable share allocation, including own revenue, is 1.3 billion, which will be utilized towards the operational cost of the department. And out of this amount, 360 million will be directed to infrastructure enhancement allocation. Provincial road maintenance grant is allocated to 1.9 billion, which is an increase of 8.6% as compared to 2023-24 financial year's main allocation. The public transport operations grant has increased from 326 million to 340 million, and that is an increase of 4.5%. Then the revenue target set for the department amounts to 847 million for the 2024-2025 financial year, which is an increase of 8.3 million as compared to the previous financial year. In conclusion, allow me to express my regard to the leadership of the ANC and the Alliance and its alliance for giving full support to the work I'm deployed to execute. Honorable Premier, Makwin Letsua Matai, my colleagues in the executive, your unending support is appreciated. The head of the department, Dr. Masigo, and all departmental employees. It is your dedication that carries our department. The SAPS Provincial Commissioner, Lieutenant General Mutsunyani, and your entire team, your hard work and dedication in the service of our people have earned you my unwavering support. To the men and women in blue, more especially, keep arresting and jailing rotten apples in our society and never allow yourself to perish in the hands of criminals. Our traffic officers, led by Ntate Leeto, your hard work and steadfastness does not fly unnoticed. Re a leboha, bana ba thesele. Le vumile. Lastly, mandibulele kumajola omajola bonke abalapha namhlanje nabangekhoyo ngenkxaso yenu kuthiwa namangqosini. Honorable Speaker, I hereby table the 2024-25 budget vote for the Department of Community Safety, Roads and Transport for consideration and adoption before this House. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Member Meko.
These kids were born out of the womb of the ANC. We must sympathize with them when they cry. Speaker, thank you very much, Honorable Premier, colleagues at large. Speaker, the ANC welcomes the speech because the speech reaffirms that indeed infrastructure investment is key to our efforts to grow the economy, to create jobs, and to drive the broad development and growth of our province. The appropriated investment into new roads and maintenance of other infrastructure is indeed critical to reinforce development of towns and cities, as well as the rural areas. It is true that some of our projects indeed are taking time to get off the ground, and to enhance those efforts. Indeed, we have learned some valuable lessons from our experience in building all the new infrastructure and to maintain the existing infrastructure. Welcome focus on improvements in the budget, in the monitoring systems, improving the integration of projects, which we think is very key, and of course, build a broad compact on infrastructure with business and organized labor. Recently, the ANC Lekgotla instructed that the executive, led by Premier Matale, must ensure that we consolidate. Yes, Matale. Excitement day. You are in pain, you understand. Apology, Premier. The ANC instructed that the executive in the province must consolidate both the budget of provincial government and municipalities with regard to infrastructure so that the ANC can be able to analyze but to maximize the desired impact, as we have indicated with regard to infrastructure. And our contention is that there's a huge budget, as much as, you know, we're a small province, small budget, but if the two can be consolidated, it will indeed take us where we want to go. But that as well must include, Premier, the national budget and how it finds expression in our province with regard to infrastructure, so that we can consolidate a high-level impact. Providing infrastructure for the economy and communities is one of the main ways South Africa will realize inclusive and job-rich growth with content. Quality, affordable infrastructure raises economic productivity, permits economic expansion, and allows marginalized households and communities to take advantage of the new opportunities. It also builds social capital and raises living standards of people to have access to electricity, piped water, housing, and reliable projects. Indeed, infrastructure is critical as well to strengthening key value chain across our economy. Implementation of the National Infrastructure Plan will also reinforce and strengthen the domestic demand for local capital goods industries, services, and products. The more locally produced inputs, the more we are able to build our province. MEC, the road infrastructure rollout is strategic in the center to transform the economy to impact progressively on other areas of society as indicated, but importantly, to confront decisively the apartheid spatial planning, which continues to relegate our people in the periphery of economic activity and thus perpetuating poverty. The designations of townships and towns were created to deepen and institutionalize poverty and the levels of underdevelopment, which relates to differences on access to economic goods and services. We've certainly moved, albeit slowly, in deploying key and critical economic services in the townships. I can attest that Welkom and Bloemfontein are classical in our province, and we all know that countrywide Soweto is that, you know, very important example. For instance, in Bloemfontein, you had a Department of Home Affairs in the province, national office, being you've got malls in the township, you've got a mall in Machabeng in the township. So all of those infrastructure, we think that they're very key in ensuring that, and as a result, it is our contention that a dark history of the legacy of Groups Areas Act is indeed receding into the past. A new nation is being built and is born. And thanks, MEC, for these interventions with regard to infrastructure, coupled with what the MEC Public Works will also indicate, because our approach is holistic as we deal with issues of infrastructure. She will narrate, I'm sure, extensively around property infrastructure. Township roads have complemented and become enablers to encourage these positive developments. A multiplier effect of even encouraging strategic investment of areas which are critical for township economy, as espoused MEC Makume did allude to the township economy, to ensure the totality of issues are attended and of course becomes holistic. The speech covered catalytic project that can fast-track development and growth of these depressed local economies. Premier herself committed that acceleration, upgrading and maintenance of roads with local contractors, with mainly youth and women, shall be undertaken. Indeed, it is a welcome commitment, Premier. The budgetary allocation to various districts tallies with the economic planning owing to different economic resources peculiar to our districts. We are excited with the relationship, Premier and MEC, with SANRAL, whilst it will serve as an argument to our constrained budget, but certainly it will also deliver national skills for thorough engineering work, which the province has got to undertaking. The emphasis on local beneficiation seals the deal as a strategic relationship which must be pursued Local contractors certainly must be assured, MEC, that it remains a provincial budget and certainly, Premier, it must and it will benefit the local economy. Let's make few examples. 258 million to Harib district. This district commands, as MEC Toto was indicating, MEC of Economic Development, the biggest capacity with regard to radiation index after Northern Cape. So surely investment in that particular district with regard to renewable energy shall be facilitated with this particular location with regard to road and infrastructure maintenance. 675 million for Thabo Mofokeng. We know that our district is agriculture, is tourism, but quite key is the investment which has been made through special economic zones, which must deliver an inland logistical hub. In other words, it has got potential to deliver Free State to become the Singapore of South Africa. With regard to all the investment and trade opportunities that can be delivered in that special economic zone. 165 million for Letšweliputwa, the R30 corridor. Many economic opportunities, agriculture, as well as tourism through the Pakisa Raceway, but quite critical, the newly discovered area in that area. Premier committed through SOPA that the province shall pursue many industrial applications arising from that clean gas as well as helium, to pursue, of course, the processing of that, including gas to energy. And we think that, attendance of that R30 roads and everything else with regard to infrastructure shall facilitate the success of these projects and indeed for the benefit of our country. Fezile Dabui, agriculture, petrochemicals. Premier did indicate about the Vaal River City region, which is underway, connecting Free State and Gauteng, with regard to high-level catalytic economic project. Indeed, the special economic zone itself, envisaged in that area, will go a long way to harness this investment with regard to that. Mangaung, the N8 corridor, 134 million, certainly MEC. This will solidify the location of Mangaung as an economic hub of our province, connecting us to Kimberley and Lesotho. The economic products which will be transported will indeed make us what we have claimed to be the Singapore of South Africa. Speaker, the ANC rise to support, to adopt the budget speech as sharply articulated by MEC Mbalula. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honourable members, you've noted earlier on I passed the apologies for Mr. Honourable Member Mkabela, Honourable Member Foko. Now we'll go to Honourable Member Khaurekwe.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, members of the legislature.
Order. I just want to ask all of you members, especially those who find comfort in disrupting this house. You are quick to be referred to as honorable members, but you enjoy disrupting others, and that's not honorable. Please, you can continue.
Thank you so much, Speaker, and all protocol observed. Honorable Speaker, let me start by welcoming the budget speech tabled by Honorable MEC Mbalula. I would like to take this opportunity to once more acknowledge the challenges faced by the province in respect of aging road infrastructure and impact of severe flooding during the past month. The flooding resulted in severe potholes, slippages on the road surface, pipes and water storm drainage system that have been washed away on some of the road. Despite these challenges, the department has played an important role in rehabilitating some of the roads in the province. The MEC on his speech has already alluded on the project that underway and those are being completed in its budget. We are happy with the fact that this project brings relief to our communities. This project fights triple challenges facing our communities, which is poverty, unemployment, and inequality. We have seen in all these projects that the department prioritized the inclusion of women and youth, persons with disabilities. Mosebetsi o motle o entsweng ke lefapha o ntlafatsa le ho fetola maemo a ditsela tsa rona ka hara province ya rona ya Free State. Honorable Speaker, during the opening of Parliament address, the President indicated that, I quote, "Violent crime take a heavy toll on every South African. Communities across the country live in fear for safety of their families." Close quote. Honorable Speaker, we have noticed the violence crime in our province. This situation cannot continue, and we are proud of the effort by the department to fight crime in our province. We applaud new appointment in the South African Police Service. We applaud collaboration with important stakeholders. We applaud police officers' visibility in our communities. We applaud SAPS on their successful arrest on violence and crime. We applaud the visibility of traffic officers in our roads. We, however, need to work together, strengthen our social compact with our communities to be able to do more. In conclusion, let's appreciate the support from the royal houses, transport stakeholders, contractors, communities, policing forum, ANC members and members of the community at large across the length and breadth of this province for waving support in effort that made by government. I hereby support the budget. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Member Tute.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Our roads have been in a terrible situation before the floods. That's actually true. The floods just exaggerated the issue currently. But here's what I don't get. If the provincial road maintenance grant works like this, we spend on our roads, and if the project is finished and complete, the grant will match what we spend. Then it makes sense that it doesn't make sense that we don't spend more money on roads. Or is there another reason? Is it maybe because we know that our projects historically failed and that the Free State government knows that it's actually a risk to invest in such projects as the grant could possibly not pay out? Who knows? That's the only conclusion one can make. Unfortunately, the 1.9 billion the MEC announced is a drop in the ocean. It's welcomed, but it's a drop in the ocean. The province needs 28 billion to fix our roads, and at the current rate is going to take 12 years. MEC, you mentioned the Clockelaan Marquardt Road. Tenders were advertised, only to be recalled later. And maintenance already started on the Tweespruit Excelsior Road, but was never finished. Was, in fact, a failed CDP project, and the department was warned about this. In both instances, these roads remain closed and a danger to our travelers. MEC, we can't afford closed traffic centers anymore. And I raise this because the department is not just a service delivery department, it's actually a revenue creator and collector. Every day a centre is closed, the Free State is losing money. Speaker, maybe it's time to consider or reconsider maybe legislation that allows for a Free State printer. Let's print our own licensing forms and be less dependent on a national department who's failing to provide our forms currently. Speaking of legislation, MEC, we need to implement the police's national instructions, especially from 1999 and 2020. As it is, there's a demand for police vehicles, and I think you highlighted this, but especially in rural areas. Also, we cannot have hundreds of broken police vehicles that should be in service of our communities. 2 years ago, it was more than 500. Stock theft remains a threat to our farmers, and we need to maybe review the 11 stock theft units in the province. MEC, good luck, but also thank those police officers who continue to serve their communities despite conditions that do not make it easy to be a policeman. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Member Mokoena.
Honorable Speaker, Premier of the Free State, Leader of the Official Opposition, ke mamona o seng wana ke rata gore fela ke re baagi ba Free State ge le Democratic Alliance ge lebohela tsheetso re fumaneng mme re a tshepisa gore tla tshepagala mosebetsing o re neeleditsweng ke lona jalo ka bakgethi mme re tla sebetsa mmogo le bamphato go etsa gore Free State e be province e hatelang pele e tla etsa gore setšhaba sa Free State se boloke malapeng le ditseleng ha se tsamaya. The Department of Safety, Roads and Transport is crucial to the growth and development of our province. It is the backbone of our infrastructure and the custodians of our public safety. The work this department is doing directly impacts on quality of life of every citizen, influencing everything from security of our neighborhoods to the conditions of our roads, which in turn affects our economic prosperity. In 2024-25 financial year, the department has been allocated 3.6 billion. The department must place emphasis on infrastructure and repairs in both sectors of their work. Public safety remains a primary concern for all communities. It's fundamental that every individual feels secure in their homes, on their streets, and their workplaces. The sense of safety is not merely a matter of comfort, but essential for enhancing productivity, fostering economic growth. When people are secured, they can focus on their work, engage more actively in their communities, and contribute positively to the economy. I urge all state organs responsible for public safety in the Free State to ramp up their efforts. This means deploying more well-trained and well-equipped police officers to the patrol of our streets. And again, congratulations to those members of the force that still do work and proceed servicing us to the best of their abilities. The officers must be adequately resourced with the necessary tools and support to perform their duties. Must also invest in community safety programs and initiatives that build trust between law enforcement and the public. Community policing bill submitted by Honorable Jankelson aims to make our communities safer and more cohesive. Supporting this bill and devolving some policy power to the provincial government will enable the people of the Free State to live more safely and freely. Motsamaiso wa dipuisano, ho bohlokwa hore re ananele mesebetsi e tswang ke SANRAL. Mosebetsi wa bona o fihlela mona o a kgothatsa ebile wa tshepisa. Ke ka hona ke tla ema mona ke kope hore ha o kgonahala re fe SANRAL ditsela tse ding e le hore lefapha le tle le fumane lekeno le leng la ho eketsa mo le ntseng le sebetsa teng. Ho bohlokwa motsamaiso wa mosebetsi hore le ha re le mona re bua taba tsena re ananela seo MEC a buileng ka tsona e le dikatleho Empa re shebe tsela tse latelang re bone hore na teng maemo a tsamaya jwang. Hona le tsela tse latelang tse ke lakatsang ho bua ka tsona MEC tse ke nahanang hore ho bohlokwa hore di fumane attention e di hlokang. Ya pele ke R26. Ke ho tloha ka 2018 ho fihlela hana jwale tsela ena ke bothata. Mme ho tla ba bohlokwa hore re fumane hore na hantle bothata ke bofeng mona. Tsela bobedi ke latang ho bua ka yona ke R34 pakeng tsa Harrismith le Bergville. Tsela ena ena le sinkhole e wetse mme ha ya wela maobane ka ba lemo tse pedi e wetse gale re tseba ka yona o fitla ho yona mo ke stop and go ha ona mosebetsi o etswang ho tswela pele. Tsela ya boraro ke R74 e developa di potholes e hlohlontsha ditsebe sebuiseng se ka ta o tloha mona ka 709 pakeng tsa Tutu Spruit le Excelsior. Ha o fitla mono o bohloko o mamela bo ga di taxi ba lla ka hore koloi tsa bona di a senya tseleng eno empa re le teng re kopa he le hore batho ba sokang ba patalwa nako e ra kontraka eo ane a ngala tloa moo batho ba sa patalwang ba mpe ba lo patalwa. We cannot tolerate any form of corruption or the hijacking of projects by criminal elements. These issues undermine our efforts and delay essential infrastructure improvements. Another area of concern, Honorable Speaker, is the efficiency of our traffic management offices. For example, the office in Velcom has experienced significant delays due to shortage of paper. But when you go outside the gate there's somebody selling the very same paper that we don't have in the office. This, Honorable Speaker, needs our attention. The MEC must also ensure that all traffic-related services, including testing centers, weigh bridges, operate smoothly and transparently. It is crucial that we address this, Honorable Speaker, promptly to restore public trust, ensure that the revenue generating sources are functioning effectively. It is imperative that we engage collaboratively in efforts to address crucial issues facing our province. We must work together to lift our people out of poverty. We must create jobs, we must create opportunities and stimulate the economy of this province. Each of us has a role to play in advancing these goals. We must unite in our efforts to achieve meaningful progress. Honorable Speaker, ho bohlokwa hore re ska ra o ska ha etswa phoso. Democratic Alliance Freestata mona e tla tswela pele ho etsa mosebetsi wa yona ho etsa bonnete ba hore ba ka tsamaisong ba jariswa boikarabelo ba diqeto tseo ba di nkang le mofuta wa mosebetsi o ba o sebeletsang setjhaba sa Afrika sa Freestata ka ona. Re tlo tswela pele ho batla ponaletso kgatelo pele le boikarabelo tshebetsong ya bohle. Ha re tsweleng pele o tshwarana ka matsoho ka ra Freestata ho etsa bonnete ba hore Freestata e tswela pele batho ba teng ba bolokeha mme ba fumana mosebetsi. Honorable Speaker, ke a leboha.
Thank you. Honorable Member Msimanga.
Honorable Speaker, members of legislature, Honorable Premier in absence, GNU, mmuso wa Kgomo skopanya diboko, kopane boko tse kgolo, bo Mathae le bo Jangelsen ba kopane kaofela ke mmuso o moholo. Let me take this opportunity to address the following. Oba ke re nngwe MEC ke rongwe tjena ke bontate Sebolai ka mane ka Thabantsho ba itse ke fetise molaetsa ona hore le tlile ka leano la hore batho ba bo rona ba une molemo ha o etswa kontraka ena ya lona le yentseng le IBL e leng Interstate Bus Line empa ha taba ena e tswela pele batho ba rona be le hore ne ba fuwe di shares mo ba sebetsa mo hona le clause e reng ha o se o sa sebelletse company o lose di shares IBL company e ba raetse ka thoko bongata ba bona ha e qeta o ba raela ka thoko e be le hore ba lose di shares because ne ba se ba batla ho tseba hore na taba tsetsa di shares di tsamaya jwang empa ha batla ho lona lefapa ba lla di gapha le ba qhelela matsoho especially the officials tse di sebetsa le bona mo ba bang ba bona be ne le di officials jwalo ka ntate Phushuda ke rona a charge le morwateng a ro batle re bua fela ntate Phushuda una sebelletsa lefapa la lona a dila ka kontraka e a thu ba pala Javelin hona jwale o sebelletsa IBL batho ba rona ba lemetse ke tshepa hore letona laka o tla e sheba o tla e fa prelo ban le rona re tlo beya prele hore tabe ya IBL e loke ke ba nna fana ka tšhelete e ngata tjena and then e be le hore batho ba bo rona ha ba uni molemo ho yona ya bobedi ke hore wena letona laka hona ntlhentsetsa IBL e la rekisetsa Imperial at some point ho bolela hore kontraka eo e ba affected mara ya tloa e bile affected le ntshitse tšhelete jwalo e ka re ntse lena le kontraka le IBL ka nako e ne se le ya Imperial ka hore nana ngore nthwena ya kontraka ena ona le batha la tshwene hona le ho nkgang monana e tlamile re o shebisise hantle hore o etsahala mme jwale ka tlasa mabakano ke tla bua le wena ka tse ding ba nna kwa ka e batla ba le khutshwanyane ya o debate engwe ke batlang ho bua ka yona le wena le tona la ka kutlwa o bua ka taba tsa GBV tse le hore di go tlisa bohloko haholo batho ba rona ba ntse ba bolang empa re sepolesa se tla lwantshana jwang le GBV ha bona ba tshaba for safety ya bona di police station tse tshwana le tsa bo Vepenar le Van Starensres ba kwala ka 7 o'clock hobane ntho tsa di GBV haholo di etsa la di weekend bosiu ha ba ya bomme ba lo report e fumana hore ha ba kgone ho thola thuso ba le maponesa a tshaba for safety ya bona ba kwetse police station ha ba kwetse police station re batho ba bo rona ba lo reporta kae ba le kae jwale engwe ke batlang ho bua ka yona ke ena ya o tlo downgrade wa ha Fezile Dabi district le Qaripi o from Major General tlo ba di district tse ranwang ke di Kenel ho bolela hore di resources level ya di resources it tlo affecta hape le di operations because decisions tse tlo nkuwa mo it tlo ba di decision tsa renke tseno tse fatshe tseno mme le di resources tse tlo tluwa mo e tlo ba tsa bolembono ba renke eno e tlebe le fatshe mme tla be affecta communities tsa rona ha bohloko ho bolela hore re tlo bana le mathata a tshabehileng ha o no khona lo re increase as far as staff se le concerned and le di resources di khono director hantle lo ntshana le ntho tse se re buile le tsona holo issues tsa bo GBV jwalo ke kopa tabeno le fe le ihlo le shebisise hantle ke feta hape mono wena le tona la ka le gabana ke re hona le ha o ya Manfijon Strift gena le mathata a di office tse dilapidated so tsamang le shebe tabelo odinda le sale ho our police station e fihla le theke motho a ba le ka Cheldas Chaba o batla ho shejo ro etsa itseng mo engwe ke batlang ho bua ka yona ba no bona la nako ka se batla e balile ke hore ke a utlwa le a bua re na le mathata a mofuto tjena tseleng ya Excelsior to Spread hona le chomi mona ya monna wa Premier e long hore thola di advance payment e sala fuwa 73 million tsa mallo sheba tsela eo if o gona ho senya tsela e pla ha bo Premier ya to Spread what about ditsela tse tsa Free State a le feta mo le itšhebisa godimo ntse le bona gore tšhomi tsa lona di a senya. You must firstly start to deal with your friends, and if you can succeed in dealing with your friends, it will be much easier to deal with corruption o ya go pele. So we're expecting you to attend to that. Otherwise, le be re tseba gore this thing ke leshano fela go tshepiswa batho nonyane ka morung. Rubex, it was a project ya Jacobsdal to Koffiefontein. Tsamao lo sheba mo ba tshetse seretse fela mara 204 million project e ba ifueng ba ipapalletse fela o iketsetswa mara ba gona o etsa jwalo ha fela ba chomane le di politician di gona hore di ba facilitate le di deal, and then ba ketetse ba fundile di politician ba bribe le di politician ba gona o etsa ditsela tsa quality e jwalo ba tloellwe fela e ka re nothing has happened. Le yona project e o re le EFF re tlo e beya leihlo up until mongantja batswe re tlo moraga re tlo e rantse up until mongana batswe. Tlokolang to fix back tsela teng ha etsa maelio koloi tsa batho di a senyeya le ona mo, so re kopa ntho tse tsa mofuto jwalo di lo sheshwe e utlwisang bohloko. Freistata ha ona speed limit, o tsamaya ka speed se seng le se seng o ka tsamayang ka sona hobane ha o sana di camera di tseleng mona ona motho a ka ba o tshwara ka lebaka la hore no tsamaya ka 300 kapa ka 200 starting. As a result e beha maphelo a batsamaisi ba bang ba dikoloi mo tsietsing empa e tloletswe fela. Ba itse ke le jwetse di traffic officers ntse ba emetse di uniform ba bang e sale a fuwa borugo fela e mo sale a fuwa jeresi fela e mo sale a fuwa hempe fela. Nna ke no tlo tshwarwa ke traffic officer tsamang ka hempe fela sa kenya uniform e feletseng ke tseba ka gore ke dila le tsotsi mo. So re tlameha re lolokisa taba tse tsa mofuto jwang mare he re na le mathata a stock theft wa iketsetswa mo batho ba ba utswa mo ebile ba bang ba utswa le ona maponesa ana mane di nthoma di border mono di fetwile le balala di thokolosi e mong le mong wa iketsetsa ha re re lolokisa mathata ona mona ha ona ntho e tlabe e loke ha re sa imo. Lastly, message kwa Mangaung municipality ba itse ko jwetse go ya ka matlo report you characterizer as a ghost worker. So as a result about say pro tla etsa taba tsena ka mogho phetaetse.
Honourable members, we have the monitor to show you the time. Pace yourself, and when I say your time is up, just leave the podium. Ralu Honourable member here will be Jankelson.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. So little time, so much to say. Honourable Speaker, just as the economy is the heartbeat of our province, and the heart requires veins to carry blood through the body and keep it alive, so too is the roads network, the system that keeps our provincial economy alive. And every pothole that we have in our roads is like a blood clot that threatens the life of our province and our provincial economy. And that's why, for example, in the DA-run Western Cape province, we have a 48-hour pothole policy to ensure that that economy grows. And that is why that province has the lowest unemployment rate in the country. And we want to achieve this in the Free State. We can achieve this. We require a budget to do this. We spend a lot of money on economic development. If you want the economy to prosper, you need a sound roads network. Take some of that money and put it into roads. Farmer support, which underspends and underperforms every year in agriculture. Take that money and put it into the roads network. Let's get our roads going so that we can get our economy going in the Free State. But we also need value for money. We can't have a situation which we saw on the road between Reitz and Frankfurt, where you have various contractors before the road is actually completed. The Steinsrus-Kroonstad Road, how many contractors have we had on that road? And the road is still not completed. And we hope that the MEC's promise of completing that road this year will actually happen. The MEC also mentioned the road from Reitz to Kestel. I remember standing at this podium many years ago indicating that the building of that road and the repair of that road is not going to last because of the shoddy work that was done. And when we approached the contractor there, they said, we can't do more with the budget we're getting. So when you do a road, do it properly and ensure that there is a budget to fix that road. Honorable Speaker, the MEC also mentioned gender-based violence. Now, in order to combat crime, you need a deterrent. And the best deterrent to would-be criminals is the knowledge that if you commit a crime, you will be detected, you will be convicted, and you will be punished. But for that, and especially in cases such as rape, you need a forensic laboratory that actually functions effectively, and that is where we fall short. And then we must also look at other issues relating to gender-based violence. I remember my wife went out to assist a woman who was subjected to violence in her household. She is taken out of the house, the children are taken out of the house, and the perpetrator is left in the house. Why are women and children taken out of their safety zone and the perpetrator is left there? Arrest the perpetrator, take them out of the home and leave the women and children there. It's very simple, because our women are subjected to abuse, and in the system subjects them a second time to the same type of abuse. Honorable Speaker, for the third time now, I've requested that the Community Safety Bill be tabled in this House. And for political reasons previously it wasn't. I hope that this round we will be more successful, because this Community Safety Bill is a genuine attempt to try and assist the MEC responsible for community safety to do his job more effectively. And in this bill, the MEC will have the ability to register the various organizations involved in assisting communities with crime, such as neighborhood watches, farm patrols, etc. At this stage, they're unregistered. The MEC and the police don't know who they are or what they're doing. It will also assist the MEC to carry out his constitutional mandate to hold the South African Police Services accountable in the Free State. So we hope that this round at least it will be successful. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Member Rockman.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier and members. Our friends in the EFF is really experiencing the truth of the saying that we live in interesting times. Allow me to appreciate the prominence that the Honorable MEC Mbalula gave in his speech to the issues that are of particular importance to the agriculture, rural development and environmental sectors. We know that roads are catalysts for progress, connecting communities, driving economic growth and improving lives. American civil rights activist Elijah Cummings aptly summarized that when he said, "Our decisions about transportation determine much more than where roads or bridges or tunnels or rail lines will be built. They determine the connections and barriers that people will encounter in their daily lives, and thus how hard or easy it will be for people to get where they need and want to go." The sentiment was essentially echoed by the Honorable Jankelsen today. Our stakeholders have raised sharply with us matters pertaining to the safety of communities in farming and rural areas, the critical enabling role of access roads in agriculture, new crimes such as the theft of seed and crops, as well as the burden of stock theft and crimes relating to endangered species. We have taken note of the other problematic roads in various parts of the province as raised by various honourable members in the debate. We have also taken note of concerns raised regarding the state of our roads along the Lesotho border and the impact it has on crime prevention and detection activities. We are aware that certain initiatives will be undertaken by the department that will pay particular attention to that matter. The Honourable Garekwe highlighted the impact of severe climate conditions on our road infrastructure, and the Honourable MEC is aware that the recent flood damage in Kroonstad has severely affected the access to our Kroonstad Veterinary Lab. We therefore also urge that the planning and design of our roads infrastructure must equally become climate change resilient. The importance of partnerships, collaboration and support of all relevant sector departments with organised farming associations, farmers, farm dwellers and communities in rural areas cannot be overemphasised, and we welcome the confirmation of the Honourable MEC that the department will be partnering with farming communities to address the maintenance of access roads in farming areas. We join the Honourable MEC and the other honourable members who have acknowledged and commended the achievements of our police officers in the 2024 National Police Award ceremony. From the statistics provided by the Honourable MEC, it is clear that the South African Police Service are continuously implementing crime prevention and detection programs that result in arrests. We must continue to fully support these initiatives, and this was also echoed by the Honourable Mokoena. Arresting suspects is, however, the first step on the path that must lead to the successful conviction and sentencing of suspects. We take note that 220 perpetrators were sentenced to 1313 years of imprisonment in the Free State during the period October to March 24. Concern is, however, often expressed about the slow pace of the judicial process, that is from arrest to conviction and sentencing. In the submission for the 25-26 Division of Revenue, the Financial and Fiscal Commission included a chapter entitled Evaluating the Efficiency of the SA Judicial System. The research included a reflection on the comparison of the average caseload for judges and magistrates between 2016-17 and 2022-23. Statistics tell its own story and may reveal one of the contributing factors to the delay in the judicial process. According to the research, in the Free State High Court, there was 27 judges in 2016-17, and this number reduced to 26 in 2022-2023. Though the number of judges in the Free State High Court remained basically stagnant over this period, the resolved cases per judge in the Free State High Court was 159 in 2016-17, but increased to 260 in 22-2023. The number of magistrates in the Free State decreased from 118 in 2016-17 to 115 in 2022-23. The number of resolved cases per magistrate reduced from 216 in 2016-17 to only 160 in 22-2023. The FFC made specific recommendations on how the efficiency of the judicial system could be improved, including the development of an appropriate control quality framework and leveraging on existing technology. The process of engaging with the FFC's 25-26 Division of Revenue submission is still unfolding, and we look forward to the legislature's engagement on this matter. Honourable Speaker, the one matter that unites all of the parties in this House is undoubtedly our position on matters of gender-based violence and femicide. The 2024 ANC Elections Manifesto confirmed as priority that the ANC will, over the next 5 years, intensify the war on crime and make our communities safe. This includes action against gender-based violence and femicide. The National Strategic Plan on GBVF is the government's comprehensive strategy for tackling all forms of violence and abuse against women and children. Since the launch of the strategic plan in 2020, various new interventions have been implemented. One focus area has been extensive legal reform and the most recent piece of legislation, namely the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Bill, was signed into law by the President on 24 May this year. This follows on the trio legislation passed and assented to in 2022 and included the Domestic Violence Amendment Act and the Criminal and Related Matters Amendment Act. The National Prosecuting Authority has also played a critical role in terms of prosecuting GBV cases and being the voice of vulnerable groups. In the State of the Nation address earlier this year, the President reflected on conviction rates of GBV cases as follows: 91.9% in femicide prosecutions, 92.2% in intimate partner femicide prosecutions, and 74.8% in sexual offences. Notwithstanding this progress, the Public Protector released a report during June this year which highlighted that there is substantial scope to improve services for GBV victims by the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, specifically with regard to magistrates' courts, social development, the insufficient number of shelters for GBV victims, and the South African Police Services, the lack of victim-friendly rooms, especially in rural community police stations, and reluctance to register cases. I think this echoes some of the sentiments raised by the Honourable Msimanga. The two departments and the police were provided with firm timelines to submit to the Office of the Public Protector action plans to address the identified shortcomings. The findings and the recommendations of the Public Protector emphasizes that bold decisions must be taken to ensure that the necessary resources are allocated to effectively deal with GBV cases and to render appropriate and comprehensive services to GBV victims. In addition, we must highlight that there is an evident need for even the public service regulations to be reviewed on how we deal with the perpetrators and victims of crimes, of GBV-related crimes. As much as these instances happen outside of the workplace, it is undeniable that the impact is felt inside the workplace, whether it is through women who have to recover and carry the burden both financially and emotionally from GBV. We cannot certainly be in a position where we must be advised on how to deal with the perpetrators of GBV in terms of public service regulations, and it seems the best we can do is to deal with these cases under the broad category of bringing the department into disrepute. Certainly, if we must lead the charge for the revision and amendment of public service regulations, we must do so. On illegal wildlife trade, Honourable Speaker, the Honourable MEC made reference to crime relating to endangered species. The South African Anti-Money Laundering Integrated Task Force, SAMLIT, was established in 2019 as a collaborative public-private partnership between regulatory authorities represented by the Financial Intelligence Centre, the Prudential Authority of the Reserve Bank, and domestic and international financial institutions registered in our country. In June 2020, SAMLIT established an expert working group on illegal wildlife trade to increase knowledge about the financial flows linked with illegal wildlife trade supply chains among financial institutions, law enforcement, and prosecuting authorities. According to the financial flows associated with illegal wildlife trade in South Africa, a report produced in November 2021 by SAMLIT, illegal wildlife trade is one of the most profitable criminal enterprises worldwide. In fact, the World Economic Forum estimates the value of illegal wildlife trade anywhere between $7 and $23 billion per annum. The research outcome of the report reveals that wildlife trafficking has taken on the form of transnational organized crime, similar to narcotics, human and arms trafficking. Yet it has lacked the prominence of a financial crime. It is only in recent years that the focus has shifted to investigate and understand the associated financial flows. The report reflected that Africa is one of the world's richest suppliers of illegal wildlife trade, and South Africa plays a devastating role as both source and transit country for the trafficking of illegal wildlife products every year. The most popular products originating in the country include rhino horn, abalone, and pangolin. We plead for increased cooperation between our environmental function, the department, the police, financial institutions, and the private sector to increase our education, awareness, and preventative measures to combat illegal wildlife trade. Honourable Speaker, we welcome the increase of 8.6% on the Provincial Road Maintenance Grant and 4.5% on the Public Transport Operations Grant. These increases affirms the potential the department holds in respect of contributing to economic growth and job creation. The department has traditionally been the single largest contributor to provincial owned revenue. The revenue target of 847 million is very achievable. The Honourable Klute made reference to the efficiency of operations at our traffic centres, and we encourage the department to ensure that it addresses these measures. We also want to encourage the department to assess the state of functionality of way bridges in our province. The department has identified 12 spots on the provincial road network that frequently carries overloaded vehicles. We urge the department to make the necessary investment, not only in restoring all way bridges, but to explore other available technology, such as the Way in Motion and automated number plate recognition system that could be established around all major towns and border parts of the province. These measures could further enhance the own revenue generation capacity of the department. We support the department. It's budget vote as tabled. Thank you.
The Honourable MEC may reply.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Firstly, a few clarifications that I must make. The road between Tlokolan and Magwat, that project is planned for going out on advert today, the 16th of August, for rehabilitation of the entire 41 kilometer with the closing date of the 30th of August. The running period for the bid is 2 weeks due to its urgency. That's the first point. The second point, which is also a clarification, is that as a department on our side, there are already multi-sectoral structures that have been created in the province. And in that regard, we plan to convene a rural safety strategy. This was a commitment that was done some time ago. So we are going to proceed on that. Because as it has been articulated in the speech, the issue of rural safety is indeed a concern for us, and a serious concern for both farm laborers and farmers. Now, Duesprit Excelsior Road is not a CDP project. It was a grade 9 contractor who met the requirement but was terminated due to poor performance. That is also a matter that I think was emphasized even in the opening of Parliament by the Premier, that for all the projects wherein people were paid but there was shoddy work or they were unfinished, we shall have to go after them as a department. And we make no apologies about that one. Mtate Msimango, I have never, ever had an absence of presence. Wherever the ANC has deployed me, I was always found in those spaces. Now, you are going on about a matter that you know deep down in your heart, the reality about it. I never died and reincarnated, and I will never, you know. I don't know what joy do you derive out of this allegation. Now, on the issue of the buses, we do listen and understand the concern. I must just say that in the department's ongoing commitment to ensuring responsible use of public funds, we have intensified our oversight on the application of bus subsidy. Our focus is on stringent compliance with governance requirements and public finance management standards. Where instances of non-compliance are identified, we will take all necessary steps to rectify these issues. And I think the law allows us to do that. The Company Law Act allows us to do that. Now, the rest of the issues really that colleagues have raised, I wouldn't like to belabor them. Honorable Meko, Honorable Ntabiseng, and the last presentation by Honorable Rockman really just elucidate further the issues that we captured in the budget vote. We share the concern that it is critically important, and I think the analogy that you are making, Honorable Jangilson, about what must be our attitude in understanding the importance of roads, I share in that, more resources need to be invested in construction of our roads. The issue of Sandral, giving roads to Sandral, we already have a relationship that has been established with Sandral. Through the relevant committee of the legislature, we will continue to work with you and listen to sound advice on how road construction must be approached. But in the speech, we already said that there are scientific methods that we are looking at that will assist us. And we are conscious of the fact that the developments that are happening around the Free State in other provinces have a direct impact on us. The Val City project, the hydrogen project of the Northern Cape, these have got implication. And the other development on the Harrismith side, these things have got a direct impact and a possibility of redirecting traffic away from the Free State. And in that sense, as a province, we would be losing. So our approach to road construction is alive to those possibilities that may have a direct impact on us. So the rest of the issues, some are allocations that must still be tested, and I won't waste my time to respond to those. Thank you.
Thank you. The reply by the MEC concludes the debate on vote 10, community safety, roads and transport. The Secretary shall read motion 2.
That the second reading debate on the appropriation bill B2 of 2024 be continued. Vote 13, human settlement.
The vote before the House is vote 13, human settlements. The Honorable MEC, Mr. Mokoena, may address the House.
Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council, members of the Legislature, the Horsile Marena, Mayor, Speakers, Chief Whips, heads of departments, veterans and stalwarts of our liberation movement, stakeholders in the human settlement value chain, ladies and gentlemen. Speaker, for the province and the rest of the country, 2024 marks a very important and historical milestone. The 30th anniversary of democracy and freedom, as ushered in 1994 by the generation of giants and gallant fighters of the freedom. The 30th year of democracy and freedom is ushered in 1994 by generations of giants and gallant fighters of freedom. Here we talk about men and women who gave up everything to lay the foundation for freedoms we enjoy today. It is in this month of August where we also celebrate gallant heroics of women who stood up against apartheid system and patriarchy. To them, we say Malibongwe. These women and all founders of democracy spoke to us through the dream of a South Africa that will not know discrimination, segregation, patriarchy, and the general economic exclusion that condemns majority to unimaginable poverty. Speaker, in their dream, they did not only wish for a better life for all, but began to lay the foundations and build the critical layers of this future. They gave the country a progressive constitution together with a set of laws that will allow us to continue with the building of a truly democratic and a caring state. In their earlier years, they led in confronting social contradictions inherited from our apartheid past, including the need to confront them with the sole intention to build a new, inclusive nation that prospers together. Speaker, they were not oblivious of the resistance, sometimes sophisticated, to change. In fact, they left us a legacy that was reaffirmed by the last elections, that we must at all times unite the majority of our people to resolve even the most stubborn challenges facing the nation. The persisting historical problems have now been compounded by the ever-increasing high cost of living, driven by the inflationary pressures that are driven by the geopolitical developments around the globe. This is not assisted by the jobless, low economic growth rate experienced in the recent years. The economic challenges and the attendant contradictions from our past resulted in many serious difficulties confronting our people. Whilst the democratic state is doing its best to mitigate this through social wage, alone this intervention can never be enough. We need a combined efforts of all social and economic role players to resolve the country's problems. We can never succeed if we seek to build for some section and to the exclusion of others. And this is by no means undermining the sections that were subjected to the most brutalization of the apartheid past. Speaker, our historical and current challenges call on all of us from the state to act with the required agency to resolve these challenges and show a better living for our people. For us in the human settlement space, the challenges are even more pronounced for a Mamutawu who lives in phase 7 in Mangawu and has to travel several kilometers and take 3 different modes of transport to reach her work. Remember, her history condemned her to poor or no education, provided her children with difficulties that made it difficult for them to survive, and they eventually succumbed to their challenges. With Mamtawu now left to take care of her grandchildren, the government intervenes through grants, but 40% of her salary is spent on transport, leaving her with very little to survive. The above calls on human settlement architecture to help make life easier for the average South Africans. We need to start now and arrest this apartheid settlement pattern where mostly Africans and blacks in general live far away from places of work, leisure, and commerce in general. We must now reimagine and begin to build settlements that are good for safe living under conditions of safety, leisure, and productivity. For Mamtawu, she dreams of the day the government will rezone areas next to her settlement for industrial development that can employ her closer to her home. For this, she can spend more time and a saved money with her children. Like millions of South Africans, she knows that government has made serious strides in housing millions of our people by building settlements that never existed prior to 1994. We have built communities and settlements that gave millions a place to belong to and call a home. Today, all those areas that were built after 1994, they now have schools, sports facilities, clinics, police stations, etc. We must build on this foundation towards a more integrated and productive settlements. Significant strides have been made in housing the nation through the provision of decent housing structures that restored their dignity and pride. We also admit, Speaker, that our work is not yet done as indicated in our opening statements. At times, we were not able to deliver as per the plans due to a number of reasons. Our dream was nearly derailed by the history of state capture that has essentially broken the housing construction sector in the province. This we must rebuild now if we are to succeed. Construction sector is also a key driver of economic growth and a job creator for our people. Development and construction of new settlements has an upward pressure on the manufacturing of all construction-related materials, and we must use this to build the local industry and manufacturing. Speaker, we must continue to ensure meaningful participation of all stakeholders and pursue an integrated approach in addressing developmental challenges in areas of spatial, urban, and human settlement development. Our approach is a developmental agenda that must benefit and prioritize the people of the Free State if we are to make a meaningful contribution in their communities. By doing so, we'll be laying a good foundation for a sustainable human settlement for generations to come. As we mark the beginning of the 7th administration, and through this budget vote, we seek to utilize our largest grant, the Human Settlement Development Grant, to address the following. One, the upgrade of informal settlement, eradication of mud houses, increased delivery of affordable housing through the First Home Finance, formerly known as FLISP, increased delivery of rental stock through social housing, acquisition of well-located land for human settlements, and development that brings them closer to commerce and general industry as places of work. Implement catalytic human settlement development projects in areas identified for spatial transformation and exploitation of empty pockets of land. Title this program to ensure security of tenure. One of the key initiatives is the Contractor Development Program that is aimed at developing and nurturing young and emerging contractors. We want to build a local capacity, create jobs, open up opportunities for them to thrive from the housing project within their communities. The Contractor Development Program will provide training and mentorship opportunities, fostering a new generation of skilled professionals in the construction industry. To this effect, we will improve our intervention on women contractor development similar to that of SAWIC women. We are also introducing a future developers through contractor program targeting 10 young people, 2 per district, who will be provided with an incubator support to be developed into fully functional contractors. In the process, they will be allocated a small amount of houses to build, and this number will be gradually increased. The approach and the basket of instruments to support and ensure their success will be announced soon. The department will also spearhead the contractor sustainability program aimed at relatively mid-sized contractors to focus on the much needed skill and the know-how to ensure profitability and avoid collapse we have seen before. Issues of material management, labor and construction period as it relates to the profit margins per unit will be key here. Speaker, as part of our commitment and to foster local economic growth through human settlement measures, the department will prioritize local contractors and manufactured materials in all projects to be undertaken in this financial year. This must help to rebuild the expertise and capacity the province had, and in the same vein, harness job opportunities through economic benefits retained within the province. The conscious empowerment of local contractors must enhance the quality and relevance of our project's contribution towards building sustainable local economies. The concept of smart city, as launched in Harrismith by my predecessor, Ndadema Gume, during March 2023, is intended to give traction to the dream of a modern, integrated, and environmentally friendly settlements that are also green energy dependent. The above, together with improved infrastructure, better utilities, improved road and transport networks, are essentially what makes a smart city. The Harrismith development must strive to achieve all of the above if we are to realize the type of smart city we wish to see here. Done the right way, this will not only undermine apartheid settlement patterns, but will indeed represent a significant step forward in our vision for modern, integrated, and sustainable human settlement. Areas of Lendam, Konto, and Silahliwe are pilot projects as identified. In pursuit of modernized and energy-efficient settlement, the department will drive the establishment of connected communities. This will be done through the installation of solar backup systems and fiber optic networks in all new developments. In connecting communities, we will seek to integrate water and sewer plants, remote and accurate electricity and water meter readings, which will enhance municipal building capabilities, including energy management and security issues. The fiber optic connectivity will also benefit communities particularly low-income families, through the low-cost and affordable and unlimited high-speed internet, enabling them to participate in the digital economy. It will open doors to educational resources, remote work opportunities, and access to government services, thereby enhancing their quality of life. Cost of internet packages will vary from 7 rand a day to 42 rand a week or 144 rand per month, all uncapped. All schools and clinics, police stations can be connected for free. As part of our commitment to energy efficiency, the Department of Electricity and Energy is engaged to pilot the installation of solar backup systems in 5,000 housing units in Machabeng and Maludapofu. This will reduce energy costs for residents and increase resilience during power outages. Honorable Speaker, in preparation for the 24 to 29 medium-term period, the department is aligning its 5-year plan to the National Development Plan through the Medium-Term Development Plan, which replaces what was known as the MTSF. Our focus will mainly be on increasing access to adequate housing through various programs, developing viable, livable neighborhoods in both rural and urban environments, and achieving spatial transformation. Transformation of human settlement sector. Our main interventions here will be through repositioning human settlements towards integrated areas of work, which will focus on the integration of various service delivery mechanisms to create cohesive and sustainable communities. In terms of addressing bulk infrastructure, this will ensure that essential bulk services such as water, sewer, and electricity are adequately provided to support new and existing housing developments. RDP houses retrospective, which will deal with the challenges faced by RDP houses that were constructed in the past 15 years and 10 years to make sure that they meet the current standards and needs of today. In terms of recovery and future planning, it will focus on the recovery strategy and forward planning to address housing demands effectively. The other one is dealing with the appealing of the younger market here. We will focus on reimagining housing solutions that appeal to the younger generation through modern amenities and innovative designs. The other one is dealing with informal settlements, which will focus on the strategies to address and formalize informal settlements, ensuring a dignified living of our people. Catching up with housing demands, it will deal with the streamlining of construction processes to meet growing housing demands. Building local capacity to enhance capacity through training and development to ensuring sustainability of our projects. Social service delivery facilitators who will make sure that support is provided in terms of access to the full department and its delivery information. Stakeholder engagement, which will seek to strengthen collaboration and streamline it to harness the collective efforts and the insights of all parties involved. Honorable Speaker, public awareness is required in order to inform citizens that the department has a central register of all individuals who have already applied for housing. This will eliminate reports of fraud where changing applicants' names is concerned. Applicants who are already on the register are encouraged to continuously update their details. Municipal employees have been trained to work on this program. To date, a total of 310,956 beneficiaries have been captured on the register. Of these, 230,350 have been approved for the housing subsidy system, have been approved on the housing subsidy system. The segregated data collected shows that more people are interested in acquiring savings sites than housing. Data collected also has been able to determine that 174,550 people will rather have service sites allocated to them. Hence, the department is focusing on the land release program. Secondly, the information acquired from the National Housing Needs Register guides the department in determining the type of housing that our beneficiaries prefer. Speaker, will eradicate mud houses, which are primarily in the districts of Thabo Mofutsanyana and Mangaung Metropolitan Municipality. In Maludapofu, these areas are Matsieng, Kolakwe, and Matebele. The province has identified approximately 36,000 asbestos roofed units across the province, and this requires urgent attention. Our commitment to this project underscores the importance we place on public health and safety of our people. To date, 220 units have been successfully revitalized as part of a proof of concept phase. This phase has been instrumental in demonstrating the viability of our approach and has allowed the refining of a process that ensures that the removal of asbestos is both effective and streamlined. Lessons learned during the initial phase have strengthened the strategies to scale up the project and cover all identified units. We need financial resources to be able to achieve the eradication of asbestos in the province. Together with the national department, the provincial government will have to find ways and means to raise the resources towards resolving this challenge. The 25 million rand, which is 5 million per district in the current financial year, is nowhere near the resources needed to resolve this problem within a short space of time. Unfinished houses in the province are part of the current ongoing project of 2,000 housing units. In its element, the project is meant to deliver 200 houses per month, commencing December 2023. Discounting December period, the project should have delivered at least 1,400 as opposed to a mere 400 units reported. With its scheduled completion in June 2025, we are unlikely to achieve this set target. The department has been directed to engage with the contractor to ensure adherence to the contractual obligations, and this will check the possibilities of involving established Free State contractors who have the capacity to deliver on projects like this one. The province must, as a matter of principle and policy, utilize the Free State contractors to do this kind of projects. Speaker, I can report that the department is currently undertaking projects across the province which are aimed at delivering 2,049 housing units and 3,655 sites. These projects are not just about providing shelter. They are catalysts for economic growth, job creation, and community development. Construction activities associated with these projects are creating numerous jobs, stimulating local economies, and providing opportunities for skill development within our communities. By engaging local contractors and suppliers, we will ensure that economic benefits are retained within the province, fostering the sustainability of our growth. The province continues to experience different emergencies from time to time. Amongst others, these emergencies include adverse weather conditions as in the storms recently seen in the Free State. In our space and during these emergencies, what gets most affected is the houses of poor areas, of poor people. In our response, we mostly collaborate with the National Human Settlement and the sister department of COCTA to manage crises that emerge. Working with National Human Settlements, we will also manage outstanding damages that occurred from the last year's storms. We continue to intervene in providing housing opportunities through individual housing subsidy program to members of the community that are identified through the presidential hotline, the Premier's intervention, as well as the MEC special program. Data from the National Housing Needs Register indicates that majority of the applicants registering on the system are young people who are first-time entrants in the housing market. The department will use this opportunity to avail products that are aimed at the youth, and the first home finance will then be vigorously marketed to this category of individuals. We will push partnership with various institutions to market the first home finance as a housing subsidy and other interventions that are responsive towards their market. The current financial year will see 200 beneficiaries assisted through this financial intervention. Honorable Speaker, migratory pressures from rural to urban areas by our people in pursuit of better job opportunities has directed the department to focus on provision of social housing as preferred housing program in urban areas. In creating a conducive environment for the development of rental stock, the National Minister of Human Settlement has approved restructuring zones in 3 areas: the Mangaung area, Machabeng, as well as Morita Pofu. Furthermore, 2 applications of the Ditlhabeng and Metsimaholo as restructuring zones have been submitted for approval. The declaration of restructuring zones enables the department and other stakeholders to properly package social housing projects and equally create a platform to the rightful beneficiaries for the access to affordable housing. Social housing units will be unlocked in various areas, and these are Hillside View, Vista Park 3, and Raceway, with Hillside View yielding 437 units, Vista Park 3 yielding 859 units, and Pakisa Raceway yielding 912 units over the 5-year period. The department continues to spearhead the provincial steering committee where all issues pertaining to social housing are canvassed. Together with the Mangaung Metro, the Social Housing Regulatory Authority, and the National Housing Corporation, we will work to ensure that Brandwag complex is restored and meets the initial intended purpose of housing needy people. The current work to regularize tenants of Brandwag flats has given rise to the development of a turnaround strategy and the implementation thereof. The department continues to provide alternative dispute resolution mechanisms through its rental tribunal, where disputes between the landlords and tenants are mediated and or arbitrated. The term of office for the rental tribunal is ending now in August, and we have extended their term for 3 months to allow for the appointment of the new board. The department continues to provide houses for the military veterans in line with the Military Veterans Act 18 of 2011. In the past financial year, the department has completed 30 military veteran housing units in Vista Park. After the required cleaning and verification of the list, houses will be handed over in the current financial year. Women and youth are often most vulnerable groups when it comes to unemployment, and it remains our duty to ensure that these groups are not excluded from participating in the economy. The department will in its financial year create employment opportunities from the planned projects, and this will see 1,028 women and youth benefiting. The Rapid Land Release Program targeted at this group will be used to make land available to those who amongst them can provide for their own housing needs. The construction sector plays a critical role in driving economic activity, and our housing projects are no exception. They generate demand for building materials, create jobs, and boost local economies. As a result, they contribute significantly to the province's GDP and help alleviate unemployment. Moreover, this project serves as a platform for developing the skills and capacities of local contractors, thus enhancing their competitiveness in the market. By investing in our local construction sector, we are building a foundation for long-term economic resilience and prosperity of our people. Speaker, our performance in providing service stands to the beneficiaries has progressed significantly in the previous MTSF period. The overall performance of the province with regards to service sites delivered up to December 23 is 18,418 against a target of 20,756, which represent 88.7% of the total target. The projected delivery of this target in 24-25 financial year, both from the informal settlement and the Greenfield project, is 5,394. Speaker, in partnership with the Housing Development Agency, we have acquired that one strategically located land parcels in various municipalities. These parcels are currently undergoing development phases to promote rapid land release program, such as the one in Kronstadt. Informal settlement upgrading program was established to improve the living conditions of many citizens who reside in unsafe and inhabitable environments. The department utilizes the informal settlement upgrading partnership grant to upgrade the informal settlements. At the beginning of the previous MTSF, the province had earmarked 161 informal settlements to be upgraded. This number increased to 171 by the end of 23-24 MTSF period. And of the 171 informal settlements, 32 upgraded with municipal engineering services. Upgrading of informal settlements is an effort between three spheres of government to ensure identification, classification, categorization, planning, implementation, and funding thereof. In this financial year, we will focus on 37 informal settlements and ensure the installation of water and sewer services. To mitigate unauthorized land occupation, we are implementing the following. One, identification and allocation of suitable land to ensure the intensification of forward planning to deliver service sites through rapid land release program. Mobilize communities to become ambassadors of preventing illegal occupation. Implementation of the strategy on the prevention of unauthorized land occupation and use. Last year, we committed, Speaker, to prioritize the upgrading of Pambil informal settlement in the Letsemen local municipality. We commit to fast-track the process of completion by the end of this financial year. The department will assist the municipality with installation of municipal engineering services, building of top structures, and the provision of title deeds to the qualifying beneficiaries. The area of Majomasweu Extension 5 in Brantford, will get 1,143 service sites. Wittenberg Extension 17, 18, 19 will get 581 service sites, and Manyatsing Extension 5 in Lady Brand will also get 209 service sites. Speaker will continue to foster and formalize partnership with the key strategic stakeholders. Amongst them is the traditional leaders who have got an important role to play in administering tribal land in their own communities and ensure that these communities receive necessary development and services offered by government. We have a success story of collaborating with the Makgolukweng in Malutiapofu, where the department funded a water project as they had been without water for many years. It was through the intervention of Morena Moloi that government allocated funds for this project. We have also identified the CDFM as a strategic partner in communicating key departmental program and achievements, and the focus will be on information dissemination and empowering citizens in terms of where to acquire government information. Whilst the National Home Builders Registration Council has its mandate in the enrollment of houses and registration of contractors, they have been in consumer education awareness programs and offering valuable technical skills training for the unemployed, e.g. plumbing, roofing, bricklaying, and construction management. Our sound integrated government relations with SALGA is creating positive spin-off to enhance the institutional capacity of municipalities to expedite the accreditation program. SALGA participates in the accreditation forum both at the national and provincial level. They are also supporting identified municipalities to develop accreditation business plans and human settlement sector plans. The department is currently in discussion with the NHFC. The discussions are centered around a number of initiatives such as collaborative efforts on how to accelerate access to the First Home Finance Contractor Development Program, just to mention a few. The department has concluded the medium-term operation support program with the Housing Development Agency in 2020-21. The agreement will expire at the end of the current financial year. However, the partnership has managed to achieve the following: categorized all 171 informal settlements, acquired 31 strategically land parcels in various municipalities. The development of mega mixed use developments in the province will be fast-tracked through the HTA, which will continue to acquire and release strategically located lands within the declared priority development areas. The implementation of Back and Park project in Bethlehem as one of the catalytic projects will deliver 1,400 sites, which will be completed at the end of this financial year. The project will produce approximately 3,000 housing structures, and this in the main will be BNG low income groups, fleets, bonded units, including the high rise. We will accelerate the integrated housing development program through revival of Pakisa mega project in Machabeng and ensure the completion of the Vista Park presidential project in partnership with Mangaung. The department has indicated earlier on we have completed 30 houses for the military veteran and occupation is imminent. Speaker, we can confirm that the Minister of Human Settlement has to date declared Mangaung, Maluti and Machabeng as restructuring zones. We have also indicated that both Medzimaul and Ditlabeng have been submitted for restructuring as well. Together with Machabeng, we are developing Pakisa Raceway Development, which is set to transform the area into a hub of economic activity and modern living. This initiative will create numerous job opportunities, stimulate local business, attract tourism, thereby boosting the regional economy. In Malutiapofu, a new development to replace the Kwakwa Gateway development, which faced challenges with the developer, is being worked on. The new project will focus on creating sustainable communities that are well integrated with local economic activities, opportunities, ensuring residents have access to jobs and essential services nearby. The restoration of title deeds remains a challenge due to reasons such as unresolved estates, opening of township registers, etc. We are working in partnership with stakeholders to unlock these bottlenecks. Our communities will receive their title deeds to have security of tenure. To accelerate this, we will work with municipalities during our title deed Fridays. We are imploring on all ward councillors in municipalities to have on their agenda the importance of reporting the estates of deceased within 14 days of their death. This way, we'll be taking a step towards ensuring that the processes of transfers of properties to their legal heirs is not delayed because of the estates that are not being reported. The department's final budget allocation amounts to 1.268 billion for the 24-25 financial year, which is a 7.7% decrease from the 23-24 financial year, which had amounted to 1.37 billion. The allocation for the human settlement grant, which is the main conditional grant, has been reduced from 848.099 million to 800.430 million in the 24-25 financial year. The decrease of 5.6% is due to reduced allocation from the National Department of Human Settlement. The allocation increases slightly in 24-25 financial year by 3.6 as well as 1.3 during 26-27 financial year. The allocation for human informal settlement upgrading and program grant, informal settlement upgrading and program grant for 24-25 financial year amounts to 190.561 million, which has decreased by 15.2% from the allocation of 252.209 million. The informal settlement upgrading program grant for 25-26 financial year is estimated 162.5. In 26-27, the financial year allocation is estimated to be 4.5 million. The total impact in the 26-27 financial year will be about 66% decrease, which is a serious challenge to the department. The department total allocation has decreased by 7.7%, and this decrease mostly has a negative impact on the allocation of goods and services within the equitable share of the departmental budget. A total of 42.862 million has been allocated for goods and services for the 24-25 financial year, which also sees a decrease of about 25.1% from the previous year's allocation. Speaker, as I conclude, I table before this House the Human Settlement Budget Vote 13, and we concede that there are no easy solutions to any of the challenges that we are faced with. This calls for every one of us in the Free State to work together decisively to resolve our challenges. We have also strengthened our relations with sector-specific entities such as the HDA, the NHBRC, excuse me, Agreement SA, CIDB, and the DBSA to enhance performance and ensure compliance. As the Free State has not done well in the recent years in terms of construction of housing units for our people, to return to the good old days and house our people, we will refocus all our senior managers and staff to the task ahead of us. Ours is to build communities that are integrated, modernized, and allows productivity in terms of proximity to learning, commerce, industry centers as places of work. In line with the dream of our founders, we must strive to build settlements that breaks the apartheid spatial patterns and create a new society. In conclusion, let me thank the premier members of EXCO, the legislature, senior government officials, the executive management of Human Settlement, my office team, and the broader staff in the department together with my family. Speaker, I hereby present the 24-25 budget, vote 13 of the Department of Human Settlement. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Maboya.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable members of the Provincial Legislature, Honorable members of the Executive Council, Honorable members of the House of Traditional Leaders, mayors, speakers and councillors present here, comrades and fellow citizens of the Free State. Greetings and a happy Women's Month to all of you. Honorable Speaker, the Freedom Charter boldly declares that there shall be houses, security and comfort for all. It envisages a South Africa where every individual has the right to live where they choose, to be decently housed, and to raise their families in comfort and security. This vision, enshrined in our Constitution, guarantees every citizen access to housing and mandates the state to take progressive measures to meet the housing needs of its people. Speaker, the concept of human settlements for us transcends mere housing. It embodies the broader socio-political vision of creating cohesive, sustainable communities where every citizen has the right to live in dignity. Speaker, our approach to human settlements is fundamentally political because it is about the redistribution of resources where housing is not just a commodity, but a right delivered through strategies that ensure stability, equity, and access to all. Honorable Speaker, as we back this budget vote, we reaffirm our revolutionary duty to continue this legacy, to advance the struggle for decent housing, and to build human settlements that reflect the values of our democracy. Since the dawn of democracy in 1994, the ANC government has made tremendous strides in realizing this vision. This achievement has also earned us international recognition, including prestigious award from the United Nations. Speaker, despite these commendable efforts, challenges do persist that this very budget seeks to confront. The rapid urban migration and the growth in household sizes have led to a proliferation of informal settlements, which has hindered our ability to fully address the housing backlog. Additionally, the availability of suitable land remains a significant barrier to the swift development of human settlements. Honorable Speaker, the legacy of apartheid spatial planning continues to haunt us. It has left us with sprawling peri-urban areas far from economic opportunities. The story of Mema Mutaung, who lives in Phase 7, is testimony to this. And this has burdened our people with high transport costs that eat into their meager incomes. Basically, our people are arrested in far localities that are struggling to advance modernized economies because they are in the periphery. This budget takes decisive action to reverse this legacy through the implementation of spatial planning that leads to the densification of low-cost housing for low-income households, amongst others. Speaker, in response to these challenges, the ANC government remains resolute in ensuring that spatial planning continues to be a priority as we work to transform our towns and cities into inclusive, integrated communities. Honorable Speaker, the district development model, it is our strong belief that it will be key in prioritizing land for human settlement development, ensuring that no one is left behind. We must also address the root causes of stalled and unfinished housing projects and take firm measures to remove illegal occupants from government-funded housing. The prevalence of illegal takeovers of towns and hijacking of buildings by foreign nationals must be addressed decisively. Moreover, we will continue to promote the use of accredited alternative building technologies in our housing projects to ensure sustainability and efficiency. As we face the realities of climate change, the ANC is acutely aware of its socio-economic impacts on our communities. We must enhance coordination, education, and early warning mechanisms and ensure the availability of social relief measures to mitigate these challenges. This budget vote is therefore not merely a financial allocation. It is a reaffirmation of our commitment to the people of South Africa and the people of the Free State. It is a call to action to build a Free State where everyone has a place to call home, where dignity and security are not privileges but rights. Let us move forward with determination, unity, and the revolutionary spirit that has always guided our struggle for a better life for all. Honorable Speaker, the budget for this financial year has been meticulously aligned with the National Development Plan through our new medium-term development plan. The priorities of the GNU have also been taken into account, and the resolutions of the ANC, the Khotla, have also been taken on board. Speaker, the interventions as outlined in this budget speech are not only about providing shelter, but also about restoring dignity, enhancing public health, and fostering economic growth within our communities. In line with the recent NEC Lekgotla resolutions, this budget underscores our commitment to refining human settlement policies, implementing integrated development, and addressing the root causes of blocked and unfinished housing projects. Our commitment to social housing, as seen in the restructuring zone of Mangaung, Machabeng, and Malutia Pofung, will enable us to create affordable, quality housing for those most in need. The development of mega mixed projects like Brand Park and the Pakisa Raceway will not only provide homes, but will also catalyze local economic growth, create jobs, and foster sustainable communities. Honorable Speaker, the above interventions illustrate that the task before us is to transform society in order to attain economic transformation goals. And one of the key levers is the provision of decent, affordable housing for our people. This work is not merely about bricks and mortar, but is a fundamental pillar of social transformation by restoring dignity, promoting social cohesion, and enabling sustainable development in our communities. Speaker, the struggle against asset poverty is at the center of our struggle against economic inequality. The provision of title deeds for land and subsidized houses is not just an administrative task. It is a radical act of empowerment. By giving our people ownership of their land and homes, we are giving them control over their lives and futures. This budget allocates significant resources to ensure that title deeds are delivered to our people, transforming them from tenants to owners, from passive recipients of state aid to active participants in the economy. Furthermore, we recognize that access to affordable housing is a fundamental right, not a privilege. The accelerated release of public land for social housing, as outlined in this budget, is a bold step towards fulfilling that right. We are redirecting our housing policy to enable our people to find affordable homes in areas of their choice, breaking down the barriers of apartheid spatial planning that have confined our people to the peripheries of our cities. This is not just housing policy, it is a revolutionary land reform in action. In the ANC war on poverty, we cannot underestimate the importance of maintaining and expanding subsidized basic services. Water, electricity, sanitation, and housing are not commodities to be traded on the market. They are basic human rights. This budget ensures that these services are provided to the poorest and most vulnerable in our society. It also calls on radical improvement in the local government sphere and confirms the support by our provincial government to ensure that we put the people first, while recognizing that the well-being of our communities is the foundation of our nation's prosperity. Speaker, the land question is central to our revolutionary struggle. The ANC has always maintained that land must be returned to the people, and where necessary, this must be done without compensation. I'm saying where necessary. Through this, we are advancing the mission of our forebearers in their fight against colonialism and in its long-term effects. Honorable Speaker, I rise today to confirm my unwavering support for the Budget Vote 13 for the Free State Department of Human Settlements. I urge all members of this House to support this budget vote, let us take this opportunity to advance the revolutionary agenda of the ANC to dismantle the structures of apartheid and capitalism and to build a South Africa that truly belongs to all who live in it. Amandla. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member Ndungane.
The Speaker of the Free State Legislature, the Premier of the Free State Provincial Government, colleagues in the Executive Council, and honorable members, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, molweni nenjani. Honorable Speaker, the former President Thabo Mbeki, in his I Am an African address to Parliament uttered, "I owe my being to the hills and the valleys, the mountains and the glades, the rivers, the deserts, the trees and the flowers, the seas and the ever-changing seasons that define the face of our native land." He was narrating a beautiful tale about kingdoms and empires, the farmlands and topographies on which our people settle, settlements that the African National Congress continues to prioritize even on this day. Speaker, we have come a long way as a people. Government notes that between 1994 and 2016, 4.3 million housing opportunities were created for our people. These come in the form of houses built, sites serviced, and individual subsidies dispersed. Correlated to you and I, we can only agree that we truly do have a good story to tell, and this cannot be disputed. Speaker, South Africa's settlement challenges are a historical occurrence that speak an uncontaminated truth of the inequality that our people suffered during the years of oppression. A rectification that has cost government greatly in the past 30 years. We are a country made up of 4,297 informal settlements, accommodating more than 2 million households. The South African government records 88.5% of our population who live in formal housing, translating into a recorded decrease of informal habitations over the past 10 years. The National Department of Human Settlement notes that the tough economic conditions that our people live in have left little to no option, causing South Africans to opt for overcrowded informal settlements and urban apartments as households continue to and struggle to make ends meet. Too often when we speak about human settlement, our eyes fall first on the subject of urbanization as our people continue to move to urban areas in search of bread and butter. The rapid rising urbanization in our country forms part of the grounds for growing in informal settlement. This has created a direct consequence on global warming challenges in our country and stated categorically within our urban areas. Environmental Affairs has noted an increase in the cost of water and that of electricity, increased costs on labor, and enlarged disruptions to our transport infrastructure. Speaker, we do not deliberate enough on the challenges posed by the choices made by South Africans of not paying for municipal services. And I know this is a statement that I would not be most popular for. But truth is, property owners fail to sell due to the outstanding rates and taxes, while municipalities are in a critical state as they fail to collect the necessary revenue, leading to the failure to meet basic needs to the constituents. Non-compliance should therefore be viewed as a communal matter as opposed to being individualistic. This country belongs to all of us. We should therefore build it together, hand in glove. MEC, according to the 2023-24 housing market report, data reflects that after 2 years of increased market activity beyond the effects left by COVID-19, Property transactions in 2023 took a dive, recording 20% fewer transactions taking place and 26% of fewer bonds issued than in 2022. This then can directly be linked to the rising interest rates which rolled over into 2024. The Mangaung Metro alone has a much smaller buyer-seller market totaling over 95 billion within the 59% of residential properties in the entry-level market as opposed to other metros across the country. These are houses under 300,000 in market value. It is important that, though we continue to have South Africa's previously disadvantaged and financially vulnerable as an overarching priority, we display the same urgency to market entry compatriots who want to be homeowners. We should leave no one behind. And those are the words of President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa. We are a province predominantly dependent on agricultural land. Lands not only offer South Africa its bread, but our farms feeds nations far and wide. This is why we should and should never conversate on human settlements and leave out the betterment of the lives of our people in rural areas and also in the farmlands. We live in a country where many of our people continue not to understand the difference between residential terrains and land set aside for agronomy and how this greatly affects our economy. And while this may be the case, our farmers continue to call on the heavenly realms for divine intervention. Speaker, as rural lands continue to see a reduced productivity of subsistence farmlands because of the rising temperatures, vulnerability posed by water shortages, as well as reduced food security, our plans, therefore, for the next 5 years should consider an intense meeting of minds between human settlements, cooperative governance and traditional affairs, and environmental affairs, as we ensure that we continue to produce a nutritional base in the right land while we erect dwelling infrastructure, accurate spaces, and ensuring the global warming adaptation strategies and carefully and thoroughly implemented. In closing, MEC, earlier in July, our office supported the Khutla ya Barolong, Bosileka, and Habitat for Humanity South Africa in building houses for 2 deserving families in the Morago village in Tabanchu. That's a story for another day. I thank you.
Honorable Member Klute.
Thank you, Speaker. This department just can't stay out of the media. It's like the gift that keeps on giving, just the opposite. The Premier indicated that she intends to shift HODs. Yes, Premier, I'm going to speak about HODs again, between departments. But this is where it gets interesting. Just yesterday, the HOD, well, the previous one, I just don't know with this department anymore. The HOD, which was moved from this department to social development, which is supposed to come back, who knows? She and the Premier is battled in a lawsuit. Now, HODs are the prerogative of the Premier. But Premier, we cannot have a quantity surveyor sent to the Department of Social Development. MEC Lito, what is she doing with your department? It's clear that something is brewing here. What happens? Well, it appears time will tell. The big question is, how much did this department actually surrender to National Treasury last year? The provincial government at the end of the previous financial year was quite proud to announce that not a single cent was surrendered. I remember on this podium, promises made, not a single cent, and in the committees as well. Now, according to media reports, Honorable Bukume said nothing was surrendered. Then there's a question about 600 million. But according to the fourth quarterly report circulated to ProPac earlier this year, 250 million for the Human Settlements Development Grant was surrendered. Another 28 million, but that was due to budget cuts in the informal settlements upgrading partnership ground. Who knows with this department anymore? Whether it's 6 million or 250 million, even a million premier, it's still a sin. In the meantime, we know the Hawks raids the department's offices during May to investigate reports of fraud and corruption and money laundering. At least it appears that the department's referral to the Hawks prompted the investigation, and good luck, yes, congratulations with that. But in the meantime, there are people who urgently need this department to function properly, to work for them and not against them, to build houses, not to create lawsuits that cost us all a lot of money, but more importantly, affect service delivery. The Free State has a backlog of 770 projects, Speaker. Not houses, 770 projects backlog. This department continues to humiliate the province, but more importantly, do not comply to its core mandate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Member Chabalala.
On a point of order, Speaker.
Awuqala fela uri wena awusana respect mo.
On a point of order, Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker, with due respect, may you please correct your disorganized office, please, because the person who must stand there, it's me, not Honorable Chabalala. Thank you.
I'm told that this, we get the list from the WIPARI. Honourable Member.
Honourable Speaker, I feel insulted and degraded by Honourable Temangana Usuo. He says he does
The
like
point
this
of
and
order,
says,
Speaker.
high. That's what she says. Auswa. Ke kopa mo call to order. Honourable Chabalala.
Ha ke kgone ho call to order ntho ke sa utlwa. Ke le kgalemetse nthwena ya hore ha o ntso
Umphena ka ntle he.
Ke le kgalemetse nthwena ya hore ha
Baleile maobane.
Thanks for your protection, Speaker. Taba e teng mo.
ke kopa ke ske ka ya mo le leng teng. Leveleng e le leng teng ha ke batla ho ya ho yona ska nkisang teng. Ke le kopile earlier on hore behavior njwalo ka hore le batla hore ho thwe you are honourable. Le bana ba preaching aba behave. Honourable Member Nanyane. Ya bona o itse a go emepele a ke so bitse ho ba bobebe o accuse ena e lokiswa e hlophiswa ho ya ka di puisano tse di bileng le tsona in the WIPARI. So this is the list, and in the list, the name given for the debate and the allocation of time, it's you, on its member Shabalala. Now, if you have decided to change, don't even try to get this organization your official speaker. So I would like you to withdraw this and we correct this now here.
On a point of correction.
On a point of correction.
Point of order, Speaker.
Who's out of order?
I think.
First,
Speaker,
who's out of order
Ke a
here?
kgolwa ke wena, Speaker.
No, sit down.
No, please, Speaker.
No, sit down. I'm trying to tell you now whether Poso happy. Then withdraw the statement as the office trial or this organization. I'm saying the WIPARI must deal with that. It's not the office of the speaker. We go according to what we are offered. Just withdraw that statement.
But the office of the WIPARI must accept its
No, it's fine,
mistakes.
but withdraw
It's
the
fine,
statement.
I withdraw.
And then Honorable Nanyani may come and address the House.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, caucus of the Economic Freedom Fighters led by Honorable Dipoko, by Dibohle Bakaharan Tluena Kajenolena, Dumelang Kiali Dumedis. Speaker, ha re bua ka lefapha la ntshetsopele ya matlo, re bua ka lefapha le senang botsitso ka hara province ya rona ya Free State. Lefapha lena le ka nna la hlaselwa ke di-hawks neng kapa neng. Mohlomong ebile ha re bua tjenana ba emetse gate man. Le qoswa ka bobodu bo botjha bo ntsong bo etsahala hona jwale ka hara province. Ditho tse kgabane e ke batlang le utlwisise ke ena ene le tsebe. Ha re dutse mona ne re shebaneng ka mahlong hore na ya thoko ho nna ke mang, ya thoko ho nna ke mang. Hobane hosane o tlo fumana ya thoko ho wena ka hosane a sa disiko le tsebe hore di fihlile di-hawks. Re bua ka lefapha le kgutlisitseng tjhelete e kalo ka 6 million e neng e lokela ho sebediswa ho aha matlo bakeng sa batho ba province ena. Lefapha lena le hlolehile, le hloletswe ke mosebetsi wa lona o ka sehlohong le a nyahamisa. Our community are suffering in overcrowded, unsafe conditions, while the department continue to squander resources on poor executive project, executed project. How many more unfinished houses will it take before we hold this department accountable? The department has become a symbol of incompetence and neglect. It is a department that builds houses on paper, but leaves our citizens homeless in reality. A department that plans to build mere 2,156 new houses in the province, but they failed. The department has shown no interest in advancing the interest of black people or in dismantling wild monopoly capital in the province. Instead, it continues to reward all tender to a single white individual, disregarding the need of the economic transformation. This is not just a failure, it is a deliberate act of betrayal against the poor people of Free State. It is clear that the department prioritizes the maintenance of the status quo over genuine empowerment and progress for the majority. Existing government residential units are being grossly dismanaged, leading to their rapid deterioration instead of maintaining these properties and ensuring they remain livable for the residents. The Department of Human Settlement has them allowing the infrastructure to fall into disrepair. Honorable Speaker, in this regard, it is clear that the lack of commitment to providing decent housing and maintaining the public assets for the benefits of our community ke ntho e etsahalang haholo ka hara province ena ya rona ya Free State. Matlo a ahuwa empa ha o re wa sheba matlo ana a ahuwang ke matlo a senang boleng ho ngwana wa motho o motsho hobane ha re fi hlompho ha re fi le seriti o fumane hore ha o robetswe ke lelapa bosiu bana ba kgona ho utlwa le sentseng se etsahala ka kamoreng e nngwe yane ene e le ntho e hlomphololang seriti sa motho o motsho hobane ha o le motho o motsho tshwantsho ha o robetse se etsahalang ka kamoreng yane di ska sa utlwahala ka kamoreng yane. The propaganda machine may tell us that process is being made, but we know better. The people knows better. Our citizens are not blind to the truth. They see the crumbling houses they live into, the human settlement that were supposed to be eradicated, and they feel that they betrayed every single day. The department has not just failed, it has betrayed the very people it was meant to. Tabakiena ya di title deed e khwetsang ho utlwa MEC a bua ka yona hona jwale. Di title deed tsena ha re tsebe hore na MEC ho amana le bo masepala. Di title deed di tshwanetse hore bonyane selemong di ntshuwe ha kae kapa neneng. Hobane batho ba rona ba batho ba sokola ka di title deed. Empa o fumana hore mmuso ona o busang o ntsha di title deed ka nako ya di elections. Ene ba tsebang hantle hore motho o motsho o batla dipampiri tsa tokelo ya mo a dulang teng. Jwale ha ba di ntsha ka nako eo rona re nka hore ba di ntsha hobane e le nako ya di elections ba batla ho wina se ba batlang ho se benefita ho tswa bathong ba rona ba batsho ka nako eo fela e be ba ka mora moo ba ba sebedisitse ba qetile ka bona. Ke a leboha.
Thank you, Honorable McKay.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Premier, fellow honourable members and members of the gallery. I rise here today to defend the downtrodden, vulnerable and poorest of the poor. For too long, the Department of Human Settlements has been used as a premier feeding trough for the connected, greedy, corrupt, cadre-deployed few. Honourable Speaker, if you will indulge me, I would like to sketch a typical scenario. I will use a fictitious name for fear of victimization. I would like you to imagine that you are Tandeka Mofokeng, a 32-year-old single mother of 4, living in an informal settlement in Ward 15, Mangaung. It is early morning on the 2nd of March of 2024. It is long before sunrise, roughly 2 a.m. I'm extremely tired. I've been packing all day and breaking down my dwelling. Earlier this week, my councillor came to me and said I must pack up and be ready to move my shanty to Lurie Park. I must be there before 4 a.m. to receive a piece of land that I can call my own. I'm so excited. I've been on the list for years, since my 12-year-old child was first born. Finally, I was at home. I would have a home that I can call my own. Finally, I will have something to pass on to my children. I have even borrowed 2,500 Rand to pay the mover to transport my packed up building material of corrugated iron and all my earthly belongings to Mountain View, my new home. I arrive in Lurie Park just after 4 a.m. I find a spot. I look for my councillor. There he is. He says it's a good spot. I can build and I must build fast. Someone else says, morning, welcome neighbor. So I start building. At sunrise, I see hundreds of others doing the same, but many of them have fancy cars and fancy clothes with people that they've brought with to build for them. For a moment, I think, why are they also getting land? As I can see, they have money. I've been building throughout the night into the early hours of the morning. Time to rest a bit and feed my children. During the day, some municipal officials with law enforcement and the council of the area tell us we must stop building because we have been lied to. This land cannot be given to us like this. There are procedures that must be followed. I don't believe them. My councillor told me I can build here. This is my land and he gave it to me. I believe him. I voted for him. I carry on building. On the 3rd of March, the court says I must break down my dwelling, my incomplete structure, and leave. I can't go back. The space has been taken. My hands are sore and I'm extremely tired. I look for my councillor, but I can't find him. Someone says he's gone, and I must tell no one that he sent me here. What must I do? Where must I go? What about my children? Where will I get the money to pay the mover again? I have no choice but to stay. It is early morning and the municipality has sent soldiers dressed in red overalls that march up to where I am building and ask me to pack up again. I refuse and say my councillor gave me the ground. I voted for him. They say if I don't pack up, they will do it for me. It is Friday, 8 March, and I have no place to live. My shanty is gone. I have no place to sleep. My children are hungry, and I'm worse off than before. Where is my councillor and the other councillors that lied to us? Why are they not jailed for doing this to us? Why is there no one punishing them? Why are they protected by their party? Why not help the people that they lied to, that have nothing and even less now? I truly hope and trust this sketch opened your eyes both literally and figuratively. Honourable Speaker, unfortunately this scenario is not unique to Lurie Park land grab in Mangaung, but rather indicative of the ANC governed municipalities throughout the Free State Province. One would think that the individuals or councillors suspected of orchestrating such actions would be investigated and brought to book if found guilty. The reality is exactly the opposite. In the case of Lurie Park, several victims of this tragedy have come forward with affidavits that implicate 4 councillors who orchestrated this event. To date, the Metro has not lifted a finger to investigate them or charge them with conduct that of unbecoming of a councillor. This exact scenario played off in Sosato local municipality. 3 councillors were investigated and found wanting. To date, no punitive measures have been taken against them by their party, the ANC, or the municipality. In fact, they still serve as councillors with full pay and under protection of their party. The illegal action of these councillors cost the Mangaung municipality more than 10 million rand in fees to the Red Ants to evict the illegal occupiers of the land adjacent to Lurie Park. That money could have been used to build 40 RDP houses or 1,000 structurally sound waterproof corrugated dwellings. In 2024-25 financial year, the department was allocated 1.268 billion rand. Most of that budget comes from conditional grants. A significant percentage of these grants are returned to the National Treasury due to underspending. 2 grants, which account for 77% of the MTF budget allocated to human settlements, were underspent by 66.9% and 78.8% in 2022 and 23. This means that 645.7 million was returned. These are use it or lose it grants and result in a reduced allocation the next year. Just think how many houses could have been built and lives changed. Honourable Speaker, through you to the Honourable Premier and MEC, you have both promised to remove these rogue and corrupt individuals from the ranks of our municipalities, whether in administrative or political positions. We will be waiting in anticipation for that to realise. Please do not let this promise end up in lip service. There are currently 169 informal settlements in the Free State. 8 of these are illegal and have sprung up in the last 6 months. All for political gain, and now the manipulated vulnerable participants will be left to their own devices, in exactly the same manner as their fellow residents in the 15-odd informal settlements that were established just before 2021 elections. And promises of service, with the promises of services and a land of milk and honey in exchange for their vote. If you don't believe me, go and ask the residents in sections 17 and 18 of Pomalong settlement in Winburg. They are still without any basic services. Or the residents in Rooibold 252 settlement, Koffiefontein, that look out in a multi-million rand rusted excavator that has been embedded in a hole that it was digging for a French drain. I am, however, glad to see that work has started in the Mpumalanga settlement in Windhoek. Municipal housing complexes have also been overrun by syndicates, corrupt officials, and power-crazed councillors seeking political and financial gain in exchange for accommodation. The Brandwag social housing units in Mangaung are one such example. Currently, the Metro only receives rent from 12 flats of almost 1,100. The corruption takes place in front of the SAPS. The FDC flats in Tabanshu, which until March last year was occupied by legal tenants for more than 25 years, has been overrun by illegal occupiers with political connections. Roughly 50% of the new occupiers do not pay rent and are not being evicted, but instead being hosted and accommodated by officials for fear of a scandal. In Koffiefontein, a rental-assisted old age home has been filled with municipal officials at the same rates and benefits as the current pensioners that are being threatened with evictions. If they should raise an objection, they too will be evicted. Even the Speaker of Letsimeng resided there. In fact, most of the municipal housing complexes in the Free State are run by corrupt, money-grabbing caretakers not fit for the position. They are, however, tolerated and protected by the human settlement officials who allegedly take their share. These social housing units could be a huge economic and social benefit to the municipalities they belong to. Instead, they are currently a financial burden and a social nightmare. Lastly, the scores of captured tenders that feed the coffers of the nepotistic political connected cadres. Honourable Speaker, how can it be that a tender worth 8 billion for an implementing agent over the next 3 years can be so restrictive as to exclude basically every Free State-based company? Only one Johannesburg company with a branch in Machobeng local municipality seems to qualify. 2 of the projects meant to be implemented by this elusive implementing agent has already commenced, even though the implementing agent has not been appointed yet. Honourable Speaker, through you to the MEC, you have an opportunity, sir, to become a folk hero, to do something that none of your predecessors could or sought to do. You, sir, can leave behind a legacy of safe, secure, affordable homes, title deeds for RDPs, and a well-maintained social housing complexes with the legal tenants. The ball, sir, is now in your court.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I just want to know if the Honourable Member will take a question.
Would you, Honourable Member?
Yes, I will.
You may take a seat.
Thank you. I just want to know from the Honourable Member, because I know it's not the DA, I know it's not the Freedom Front Plus, I know it's not the EFF minus, so I just want to know which party did those councillors belong to which he was talking about. Thank you.
They belong to the ANC.
Thank you. That was a way of using the time allocated. I see that you allocated so much and you don't use that much. That was the smartest way of using the time, and it teaches others to do so. Now we call Honourable Member Makume.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Premier, members of the Executive Council, members of Parliament Legislature, and the guests that have visited us today from the gallery. Thanks very much. Before I start, let me just take this opportunity to educate some members of the opposition on what we should and what we should not do. You can't come to the podium and say the Premier has the prerogative power to transfer HODs, but then you want to add where this HOD must be taken to. It's wrong. The power, the prerogative power, you have said it yourself, remains with the Premier. So let us not interfere with the work of the Premier. That's the first thing. The second thing, in the ANC, we've got a step-aside rule. That step-aside rule get to be executed when members are appear before the court, not when members are being investigated. It will be very much unfair and unconstitutional that when there's an allegation on a newspaper that 3 councillors are involved in a scandal and the ANC act, we only act when the law is taking its course. When you appear before the court, we act. There are examples of councillors, there are examples of members of parliament legislature who have been set aside because they were before the court. So we don't do it when you are not before the court. We only do it when you are before the court. The problem here is that you have members of parliament who are coming with common sense. The problem with the common sense is that you look at the horse, it has 4 legs. You look at the table, it has 4 legs. Then you conclude that the horse is the table and the table is the horse. That's the problem. But here is the problem. Let me explain it further. When the table is broken, you take it to the veterinarian, the doctor for the horses. And when your horse is sick, you take it to the carpenter because you believe that the horse is the table and the table is the horse. So let's leave the common sense and focus on the facts.
Honourable Member, you may take a seat.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I just want to establish if the Speaker on the podium is willing to take a question.
Remember?
Nope, I won't. I won't because I don't want to waste time on common sense. And again, I'm not sure if your state of mind is okay, Honourable Member, because of what happened yesterday. You know, once you say corruption takes place in front of the SAPS, be careful that you are also becoming also implicated in a way that once, as an honourable member, you are aware of corruption incidents, you've got the responsibility and obligation to report such. You don't come and grandstand in the podium. You go to the police station. So if you don't go to the police station, these incidents that you claim that are happening, they'll always be there. So that's what I wanted to correct. The last thing, I don't know why the DA is so passionate to talk about the land grab only when it happens in Lorry Park. But when it happens in Botshabelo, when it happens in Samdela, when it happens in Tabanchu, you are quiet. It's like it's good when it happens to other areas, then not good when it happens just next door. So we must then make a point that when we raise problems, we also raise the cause. Let's agree, the land was stolen. And when our people wanted land, through applicable and policies that were made, for instance, the willing buyer, willing seller, majority of those who are on the left side disagreed, did not even want to participate on the willing buyer, willing seller. Now, when these people are now impatient and start to occupy land, you don't look at the cause. The cause of the land grab was because the land was stolen. It's not something that we are actually condoning. It's not something that we are really promoting, but it must be stopped. But it can only be stopped if we are willing to share the land that our peoples works in. Honorable Speaker, the former president of the ANC and the country, Nelson Mandela, once said, "A man stroke a woman is not a man stroke woman until he or she has a house of his own," close quote. We meet here exactly 43 years after the students and workers in a dorpy called Zamdela took to the streets demanding the scrapping of the rent increase and resignation of democratic councillors. Used to be called Mablokmani. This was in 1981, and that led to the rent boycott in Tumahole in 1982, and the popular known Val Rent Uprising in 1984. Key amongst the demands, beyond scrapping of the rent increase, better living conditions and the resignation of undemocratic councillors, was the provision of decent shelter, housing for the poor and the working class. As we meet here again today in the Mokoena MEC, the people of Silahliwe, Moetrai, Makeleketla are listening to the Human Settlement Master Plan, which we have so succinctly presented to this House for the benefit of our people as a whole in the Free State. During the 80s, the protesting masses in our country, when President Oliver Tambo made a call for us to make the country ungovernable and apartheid unworkable, and he said, "We declare homelessness and landlessness as an injustice. It is unjust for our people to not have control and ownership of the land for human settlement." Close quote. In our view, the workers throughout the country, the students, the women, are associated not with just political and civil rights, but also substantive freedom from abject and grinding poverty and unemployment, from social deprivation, hunger and disease, and from the gross individualism and materialism that blinds our democracy. A freedom which sees the progressive realization of social, economic, and human rights that are fundamental to living full, decent, productive, rich, and rewarding lives. Our basis for action, or our revolutionary program of action, the Freedom Charter, which we adopted in 1955, declare as follows: the people shall be, and there shall be houses, security, and comfort, which further states that all people shall have the right to live where they choose, to be decently housed, and to bring up their families in comfort and in security. Unused housing space shall be made available to the people. Close quote. So if the land next to Lorry Park is unused, it must be given to our people. The Freedom Charter has laid the foundation through which our constitution is drafted. The right has been made a reality by the government of the African National Congress. Honorable Speaker, our constitution guarantees every citizen the right to have access to the housing, in terms of which the state must make reasonable legislative and other measures within its available resources to achieve the progressive realization of the right. Put simple, the essence of the mandate of which we are responsible for, human settlement, is the core of humanity. We therefore cannot be inhuman in our approach to settle our people. Honorable MEC, there was a time when the Free State Department of Human Settlement received the Governing Bogie Awards, showcasing excellency, best practices, and healthy competition amongst all provinces. It was, however, not long lasting until the down spiral will begin in the province, caused by jobs for pulse, appointment of incompetent officials, and myriad of issues that contributed to the ugly recent past. We have hope, and we know that we'll overcome all these challenges. The human settlement Free State has been plagued by negative publicity, impacting adversely on the image of the department. But we have hope that these shall come into pass. We need to rebrand ourselves and ensure that through housing infrastructure, previously economically excluded communities can be provided with tangible assets. It is for that reason that we support your call that Free State contractors must give in a priority, and in particular SMMEs that are coming from the most poor and devastated areas, enhancing their livelihood and equally providing gateway to participate more favorably towards the market economy, whilst addressing poverty and homelessness. I know that the Honorable MEC deployed by our movement, the African National Congress, is capable to take back the department to its former glory. Through the following priorities, we believe the face of the human settlement shall be the same. Shall never be the same again. Upgrading of informal settlement. This one is where I'm going to emphasize on the issue of the smart cities. The economic growth and the job creation shall also be addressed. The Smart City initiative in Harrismith will stimulate economic growth by attracting businesses and investments to the region. This investment will create new job opportunities for local residents, reducing unemployment and boosting the local economy. By fostering a technology-driven environment, Harrismith can become a hub for innovation and entrepreneurship, providing platforms for startups and tech companies for the drive. The development of smart city infrastructure in the Harrismith, including advanced transportation system, energy-efficient buildings, and high-speed internet connectivity, will enhance the quality of life for the residents and increase the efficiency of the city operations. Upgrading infrastructure to smart standards will improve public services, including waste management, water supply, and emergency response, leading to the better living conditions and increased attractiveness for potential investors. By successfully implementing the smart city, we will position the Free State as the leader, particularly in the Harrismith area, where also Gauteng province has an interest, but that interest will be shattered by what we are going to do and capable to do the best as the Free Staters. The project will showcase the province's commitment to modernizing infrastructure and driving economic development, potentially attracting further investment and partnership. This is a revolutionary response to Mema Mutawu, where she will find a house closer to where she works, where she will find a house closer to where her children will go to school. Eradication of the mud houses. We are happy that the MEC has prioritized this, and perhaps let us explain to the House the consequence of living in a mud house or a shack. Ka Sesotho, ha o dula ntlong ya seretse kapa ka mokhukhu, ha o bata ho a bata, ha pula ena e a nela, ha o tjhesa o a tjhesa, ha o na le dust eo ba teng ka tlung. So these are some of the consequences of living. So we are happy that the MEC have taken an issue to deal with that. The increase of the delivery of affordable housing through the first home finances. Hona le batho ba bangata ba reng ka hobane ha ba kgone ho thola di RDP ka baka la tjhelete ya bone ba e kgolang. Etswa hape ha ba kgone ho secure di loan tsa di bank. This is your opportunity to go and advance your applications to the first home finances. But what is nice about this is that for the first time, the revised program also caters for beneficiaries who are not approved for home loans, but intend to, among options, build their own houses in rural areas and cities, service sites. Service sites. The first home finance can assist beneficiaries that raise financial resources through various means, such as cooperatives, community-based saving schemes, e.g. stokvel. Ali kopantse le ntse stokvel le na le tjhelete itseng le ka kgona like approach FHF e umela kopa tjhelete ya ho aha matlo. So these are progressive things that have been given to our people. The title deeds program, we support you and we also support the budget speed. Thank you very much and thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable MEC may reply.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. You see, the problem, Speaker, with some of our honorable members here is the ability to listen. Ability ya o dula fatshe o mamele o kgone ho arabela ntho tse o di utlwileng tsebe se ke tsa kgabisa. That's a big problem. You speak, I'll get awards, and then you come back. You know, it's like Babang Haba recruit wako Michenya bona. Habo tswali bizola o mang ANC is corrupt. Obani umujwena mukhaona ANC is corrupt. Okokota munyako ngwa wantwe ANC is corrupt. E haile ntwe RDP, ba haile ka mtho corrupt. E haile skolo. Bas file motho corrupt. Bas file motho corrupt. You never hear. You're programmed, you know, like one bed, I don't want to use the word. Corruption, 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 corruption. The reality to Mamtawu, it's an RDP house. A home she never had. Honorable McKay, you grew up with you were born with a silver spoon in your mouth. Mamtawu was never born with any spoon in her mouth. She was born in a farm, abused by the white farm owner. She was evicted to come to the township. She lived in a squatter camp or informal settlement. She had no home. The site and the house that the ANC government built for her has made her dream to come true. And that site, because of apartheid special patterns, she was forced to live in phase 7. When the pressure of land and settlements amongst our people continued to rise, Bala decided, mo Lori Park, mo no what councillor a day. What we did not say here to you, and the Honorable Jankelson. It's a rumor and the reports we are sitting with that you yourself, you harassed and attacked our people with your white security companies at night to evict them. We didn't come here with that report. We allowed the police to test in everything. But you come here with a report that is untested and founded. If we can level rumors and allegations, there's a lot we can talk about all of yourselves. So don't do that and continue to insinuate corruption. A black leader, I know, corrupt. I'm saying to you, we have built schools, roads, and settlements for our people that never existed. You are not able to see because anything that is touched by a black fellow organization and leader must be bad and corrupt. Now, you're bringing me back to, what I said, it informs the DA genome in terms of its approach to leadership and development. The inability to accept the reality that despite the challenges we have, the African National Congress has changed this land and it will continue to do so. That piece of land, May and Tatis of Mangabu must settle our people and mostly must settle majority of our poor people so that we deal with that apartheid mentality that you can never build settlements for poor people next to Lorry Park or to the settlements that we find at site. We've got to house our people everywhere. In fact, you cannot even hear Mamtaun's plea. She says, I wish for the democratic government to build factories near where I stay so that I don't have to take 3 modes of transport to go and work as a domestic worker. Where? You will conclude that part. You can't even hear, together with my honorable member from the Red Door of Overalls, that from the speech, the people of the towns I've mentioned that are going to receive saved sites, the mega city projects we're unleashing in Harrismith, in Velcom, including the ones you see every day on road, Vista Park. You are not willing to see, probably close your eyes as you I don't want to see this good work done by the ANC. Because the truth is painful. You see. It is there. It is one of the most beautiful developments. You can't see it. You see, you even deny the very same RDPs that your own families are living in. That was built by the ANC. No, you don't see it. When you get in, you are just imagine like it's kunje. No. So, your desire to get the ANC out of power must not blind you. This organization will never be out of power. We are rebuilding. We are getting rid of your friends. We have been making it easier for you to mislead and lie to our people. It is in the speech that we say we come from the era of state capture and corruption. It is us who says we are now repurposing this department and we are moving people around. Whether some grant to court or not, that is their right. Because we have got courts to deal with particular people that politically were elected to lead and bring about change. We are attaching numbers, probably they are very difficult for you to read, and I'll forgive you for that. We are attaching numbers that we are pinning them to specific problems, and it's us who says we come from the recent era where we've not been able to build as per our plans and achieve our targets. It's us who says that. We are not reminded by some newspapers. No, I don't want to call it renewal because when you call it renewal, they don't understand what we mean by renewal. We are not going to protect pockets of capture and corruption within the state. Let me tell you, I sleep very nice at night, peaceful at night. Because I know where the hawks must go and knock. I go where the hawks must go and knock. We are not going to protect or harbor any corrupt. In fact, some of them, Baba Legil, Abanye, they are your leaders. When I was picking these bags yesterday, you go into one party coming from Nkandla. The VBS scandal is not going to run away. What want you, man? We do not smoke cigars with the cigarette smugglers. Criminals who murder our people. We do not. We have never stood here to defend any corruption or hide our deficiencies and commit to correct them. We don't wear overalls underneath its Louis Vuittons and seek to fool our people that we represent them. We stand by what we mean. My last advice, the EFF should stop fooling and misleading our people. Tell the people the truth, that the ANC government has changed the landscape in the country since 1994, and that's what we tell you. Even some of the stadiums and the venues and the halls you spew lie out of were built by the ANC government. The road you drive on were built by the ANC government. The settlements you refer to were built by the ANC government. Don't lie to our people. There's no government in this world that will have dealt with all the needs of their people perfectly. Go even to the first world. Go and check the social issues that Europe and America are dealing with. Don't mislead our people. The same applies to the DA. There's no perfect world that exists even in the Western Cape. Don't lie to our people. Point to the deficiencies, but tell the truth. Tell the truth about the changes brought by this government. For the first time, when you evicted our people, stole their land, we brought them back, gave them land and housing, and we put them into decent schools. We provided free higher education. You know what your founders were saying. Fair vote, Kabantu Betu. We fought, we defeated you. We are prepared to hold your hands, to work with you to build a free state. But Tatem Kwen, as you point to the problems of a particular road that has not been properly constructed, that road is being constructed by the ANC government. It was not like that before. Any road we can think of in the Free State today, regional roads are under construction by this government. Unless you drive somewhere in the sky where we don't see. And I can tell you that in 1994 they were not there. They were not there. Now, that report, you come from Twespruit, that's where you originally come from. I will want you to tell the people of Free State the truth. When you left Twespruit to Botshabelo, how was it and how is it today? The truth shall never hurt anyone. In fact, this is what dialectics teaches us. Everything changes except change itself. South Africa has changed, and it will continue to change. Thank you very much, Speaker.
The reply by the MEC concludes the debate on vote 13, human settlements. Le continue with the exchanges dinner. Adil Kaka will elevate a point of order. The Secretary shall read motion 3.
That the second reading debate on the appropriation bill, B2 of 2024, be continued. Vote 9, Public Works and Infrastructure.
The vote before the House is vote 9, Public Works and Infrastructure. The Honorable MEC Memanje may address the House.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable members of the Provincial Legislature, members of the Executive Council, Executive Mayors and Mayors present, Councillors present, leaders of the opposition parties, traditional leaders present, Director General, Head of Departments, our strategic partners in this instance, IDT and CIDB, distinguished guests, comrades and friends. Honorable Speaker, I'm honored to present to this House the 7th and the 1st Departmental Policy Budget Vote Speech of this administration, as well as our midterm projections for the next 3 years. We view this budget as a political policy tool to fight poverty and deprivation and of expanding economic opportunities to all our citizens. Over the last 30 years, we have patiently and painstakingly steered the course. We have boldly confronted socio-economic challenges arising from centuries of injustice, oppression, and exploitation. During this month, which is Women's Month, I take this moment to salute the heroic resistance and the tireless struggle of our women of our country, the Imbogotos, for massifying the liberation struggle of the people of our country. We are here today because of their resilient struggles. We dare not forget that. Therefore, as we celebrate Women's Month, we are reflecting on the past, but also focusing on the future. We say that struggle was not in vain, as many of their descendants are now benefiting from the social infrastructure that we are building. Their descendants will become the new knowledge women of the future. Honorable Speaker, we are preparing them today through our investment in social infrastructure, which we are currently setting up in our communities. Much of the social infrastructure that we continue to build in our townships, informal settlements, and new post-apartheid settlements will play a critical role in molding the women of the future. Honorable Speaker, as the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure in the Free State Province, we promise to never give up on improving everyone's quality of life and to never let anyone fall behind. We still firmly believe that it is our duty to improve the lives of our people for the better. At the back of our minds, we are motivated by Karl Marx's astute remarks when he said, "It is not the consciousness of men that determines their being, but on the contrary, the social being that determines their consciousness." This policy budget vote is testimony to the Premier's clarion call that we need to intensify the fight against poverty, fight against unemployment, and promote sustainable development and growth. Honorable Speaker, Public Works and Infrastructure is the custodian of provincial government's immovable asset, is always focused on strengthening its internal operations to enhance our own capacity. This budget is not only a financial plan, but a roadmap for the professionalization of our department and its staff. Our goal is to enhance service delivery, promote efficiency, and ensure that our infrastructure projects meet the highest standards of excellence. The Constitution requires a high standard of professional ethics in the public sector. Public administration must be governed by democratic values, principles, and standards for professional ethics enshrined in the Constitution. Ethical conduct and departmental integrity are key to eradicating fraud and corruption within the public service. The following three strategic priorities, as pronounced by the President during his opening of Parliament speech, will be our strategic compass, namely, drive inclusive economic growth and job creation, reduce poverty and tackling high cost of living, building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. The department will develop and implement measures aligned to not only to aforementioned but strategic vision of the Free State Province to drive growth, job creation, and enhancing service delivery to the citizens and clients that utilize government infrastructure. Honorable Speaker, during the 2023-2024 financial year, which ended with the sixth democratic administration, the department managed to achieve the three targets outlined in the performance plan. The targets are related to skills development, recruitment, and 100% compliance for the financial disclosure framework. Furthermore, the department also complied with the lifestyle audit imperatives introduced in the public service by the Department of Public Service and Administration. 86 lifestyle reviews were conducted and concluded. Furthermore, the department applied the ethical principles outlined in the Code of Conduct for the Public Service and the Financial Disclosure Framework provided by the Minister of Public Service and Administration. The department's compliance was 100% for all categories of staff who are required to disclose their business interest. The department facilitated more than 36 different training interventions, including the National School of Government's free online training, and 450 permanent employees were skilled in different disciplines. Honorable Speaker, in this current financial year, the department has prioritized the professional development of employees, bearing in mind that a competent, well-trained workforce is a requisite for achievement of departmental objectives. For this financial year, the department is targeting 22 training interventions. We'll also invest 950,000 for staff on salary level 2 to 4 to undergo compulsory ethic training, which is one of the cornerstone skills development interventions primed at contributing to an ethical public service. These interventions are designed to enhance skills and competences in our staff, ensuring that they are well equipped to meet the demands of their roles and contribute effectively to the province's infrastructure development. Currently, the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure has achieved the national target of 50-50 female representation at SMS level, and the total representation of 54% of females and 46 males. Malibongwe. It is in the filling of senior management and other critical funded vacancies, we will be mindful of the plight of women in filling this post. We would like to see senior managers in the engineering industry. During the last week of August, we will celebrate reflect on progress and compliance on the 8 principal plan of action of women's empowerment and gender equity within the public service. At this juncture, it is key to mention that we have not sufficiently achieved objectives related to gender-responsive budgeting. We will continue our endeavor to build a disability-inclusive government. Currently, the department is standing at 3.6 of staff that fall within this category. We intend, however, to achieve a target of 5% by the end of 2025-2026 financial year. A disability forum has been established in the department to provide strategic direction in respect of reasonable accommodation, access to government buildings, and adjustments to policies that will contribute a representative society. Honorable Speaker, in the last financial year 2023-2024, the department has successfully completed the review or completed the renewable energy projects in the following government buildings: OR Tambo House, solar upgrading at Hamilton Building, and solar upgrade of 2 regional offices in Kroonstad. The department further plans to complete 13 renewable energy projects in 2024-2025 financial year. Energy saving projects are implemented to assist in the reduction of energy consumption to curb expenditure. The province will continue with installation of solar PV panels in the identified government buildings where the risk of theft is low. 10 domestic properties as well as the Qwaqwa regional water pump project have been prioritized for this current financial year. Water Savings Project is a flagship program for the department and one of the outstanding achievements in the last financial years, aimed at water savings consumption for state-owned buildings. The following buildings were identified as the highest water consumers: National Hospital, Psychiatric Complex, Universitas Academic Hospital, Belonomi Hospital, JS Moroka Hospital, Botshabelo Hospital, Bongani Hospital. From the above-mentioned buildings, the department has realized a savings of 194.206 savings since the inception of the project to date. The department will expand the rollout of the project to other government buildings given the significance of the savings. The department will conduct 12 condition assessment on its buildings, which are inclusive of old age homes, traffic offices, fish hatchery, and hospital laundry room will be condition assessed to inform maintenance requirements. One of the main reasons why condition assessment are important is because they are a significant component of preventative maintenance. Instead of waiting for an asset or product to fail, the testing process should shed light on its current condition, whether through a visual inspection or another method or another approach. Honorable Speaker, over and above condition assessment, the department is planning to refurbish, renovate, and upgrade 23 projects for the current financial year. Among these are 3 schools, hostels, 1 school, 1 children's home, 2 clinics, and office spaces for client departments. Honorable Speaker, the Sustainable Development Goal number 9 on industries, innovations, and infrastructure is a blueprint for building resilient infrastructure. Therefore, under infrastructure delivery in 2023-2024 financial year, The department completed and handed over Tshireletso Phase 1 to the Department of Social Development for utilization while we attend to Phase 2 of the project. We will make sure that Tusanum building is completed in this financial year and handed over to the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. Thus far, the department completed 2 construction designs which are already or are ready for procurement in the 2024-2025 financial year. Construction of healthcare facilities will go a long way in expanding access to health care services, which are basic in our quest to build a better life for all. For this year, which is 2024-2025, the department has planned to award the following capital projects as part of our contribution to the district development model: Dinani Clinic, which already has been awarded, Valrock Clinic in Brandford, Bupilon Clinic in Kronstadt, Garib Dam Clinic. The department is busy with the designs in-house, Ventersburg EMS, which is in stage 2 of the concept stage. Honorable Speaker, I'm pleased to inform the House about the successful handover of DR Solo Primary School in Full Jonesboro to the Department of Education. That was done on the 19th of July 2024. We are also working very hard to complete the following schools and clinics and hand them over to our client departments in this current financial year. With Katlehong Pumelelo Breeder Farm School, Leboning Orange Krag, Father Baling Reader Park, Tandanani Clinic, Tshireletso Children's Home Phase 2. The development of social infrastructure features prominently in our priorities. Honorable Speaker, through the implementation of these projects, the department was able to respond to SDG goal number 8 on creating jobs and contributing towards Free State growth, economic growth. This achievement showcased the department's commitment towards empowerment of local communities. Honorable Speaker, the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, as a custodian of provincially owned properties, has a mandate of maintaining this property portfolio as it contributes towards the investment value and revenue potential of the province. The asset register currently has a total number of 4,890 immovable assets to the value of 12 billion. The asset register is used as a driver for revenue enhancement through disposal and leasing of or out of properties, our own properties. In this respect, the department will become a role player in the digital economy and provide opportunity for partnerships and investment in the property portfolio. We have approached the CSIR to develop an infrastructure delivery and project management information system to be implemented during the upcoming MTEF period. The department will develop a comprehensive revenue enhancement strategy that seeks to maximize returns on the use of government properties to generate income for the province. In implementing the strategy, the department has identified dilapidated buildings that are being refurbished for office accommodation use by client departments. For the 2023-2024 financial year, the department was able to achieve 121% revenue collection. We were able to collect an amount of 91.493 million against the adjusted revenue target of 75.656 million from previous or various sources, including leases, parking, and land sale agreements with the Central University of Technology. Honorable Speaker, as an infrastructure driver, the department understands that in order to create sustainable revenue, the province needs to invest in its properties, as most of them have aged. As a department, we depend on funds allocated for maintenance, refurbishing, and repurposing of buildings that are no longer in use or are not utilized effectively and efficiently. Given the constraints on the fiscus, and in line with the implementation of our revenue enhancement strategy, the department is engaging the private sector and other government stakeholders to join hands and participate in the generation of ideas and finding solutions for the use of these redundant assets. Together with the Department of Health and the University of the Free State, we have identified an unused building in Pelonomi Hospital for upgrading. This building will be repurposed to provide suitable auxiliary services for medical students. The department has also identified facilities that could be used as student accommodation in partnership with Central University of Technology. These buildings were previously utilized to accommodate nurses from the Department of Health. This includes Mancos Building in Bellingham Hospital in Bloemfontein and Kopanum Building, previously known as Old Kopanum Nurses Home in Velkom. The department is anticipated to initiate the process of refurbishing the nurses' home in Velkom during the 2023-2024 financial year. However, due to funding shortfalls, the project could not be implemented. Alternative funding and delivery models are therefore being considered. Since 2019, a total of 16 properties have been repurposed for office accommodation and were provided to client departments for use. Out of the 16 properties, 1 property is used for revenue collection and 4 are undergoing refurbishment. The initiatives has reduced expenditure in leasing of buildings from landlords. In ensuring that dilapidated buildings are repurposed and used optimally, the department instead to adopt various models such as BOTs and ROTs as potential models that will given the limited resources at the disposal of department. Honorable Speaker, the department succeeded in terminating 43 leases over the past 5 years, which yielded to a savings of about 14.9 million towards payment of operating leases. Furthermore, the department continues to provide office accommodation to all the clients' department within the province. A total amount of 304.340 million has been paid for accommodation or office accommodation to landlords at the end of 2024 March. The department currently has 55 leases for office accommodation as part of the goal to transform the property industry. 39 contracts are with historically disadvantaged individuals, 5 contracts are with government entities, and 11 contracts are still with historically privileged individuals, which translates to 20%. The department has started the process of engaging with property industry stakeholders. This initiative will focus on various transformation aspects of the industry. As part of the property transformation beneficiation process, the department will focus on areas such as cleaning, security provision, maintenance, health, safety, services. Our people must benefit from millions that we spend on payment on leases of buildings. This will be one of our strategic project for EPWP exit strategies, where those that we've been training within the department will have to participate, and all those who have benefited through leases should be able to give back and work with government in reducing unemployment. The department intends to advertise 12 leases for office accommodation in various towns on behalf of client departments. This will eliminate potential penalties incurred from expired leases. Honorable members, as part of empowering our communities in Tabanchu, the department is in collaboration with Mangaung Municipality is in process of rectifying approximately 800 title deeds which were erroneously registered. As part of the land distribution, significant progress has been made towards awarding approximately 880 title deeds to the rightful beneficiaries in Hededal Extension 25 and 26, commonly known as Phase 6 in Bloemfontein. The department has also identified land parcels in Putadichaba to be disposed of through various disposal methods such as selling and donation. Honorable Speaker, over the past 5 years, the department has spent 100% on its allocated budget towards payment of property rates and municipal services. The original budget has always been supplemented with increase during the budget adjustment processes to ensure continued payment of property rates and municipal services to municipalities and other service providers such as ESCOM, water boards, and landlords. The budget for property rates in the 2024-2025 financial year is sufficient for process payment for the current account. The department intends to pay what is due to municipality We should be paying what is due to municipality, as this will assist our municipality to be more viable and render services to our people. However, the budget for municipal services is inadequate to pay all municipalities. The current allocation can only cover the first quarter of the financial year. We'll continue to request additional funding through existing forums, as well as consider alternative methods such as water savings and renewable energy in order to reduce cost to municipalities. Honorable Speaker, for the 2024-2025 financial year, a total of 349.220 million is budgeted for municipal services. 580.600 million is budgeted for rates and taxes. I don't want to make a mistake of counting wrong numbers, Premier. There is a projected budget shortfall for both property rates and municipal services, amounting to 148.417 million for property rates and 1.016 billion for municipal services. That includes accruals. Honorable Speaker, the department is concerned about the increasing incidents of theft and vandalism of our public infrastructure. We have improved security measures at Free State House, OR Tambo House, Fidel Castro Building, as well as MPL Village by installing CCTV cameras, boom gates, scanners, turnstiles, facial recognition system, and video intercom system at the entrances. This program will be extended to other buildings in the outer years of our financial cycle. Honorable members, expanded public works program is a comprehensive intergovernmental people-centered program to create a better life for all. Over the past 20 years, the province invested in public resources towards a reduction of poverty, unemployment, skills development, while providing an income safety net for the unemployed. Special focus was also provided to vulnerable groups, such as ensuring participation of 60% of women, 55% of youth, and 2% of people living with disability. In the 6th administration, a total of 293.265 work opportunities were created against a 5-year target of 200,000 work opportunities across all spheres of government. Honorable Speaker, the year 2024 marks exactly 20 years of anniversary since the establishment of EPWP as part of public employment program in 2004. Coupled with this service, the program is now transitioning to phase 5 of implementation, with 5-year targets of creating 5 million work opportunities nationally by 2029 March. This commitment was publicly announced by His Excellency President Ramaphosa during the launch of EPWP Phase 5 in the Eastern Cape Province earlier this year. It was a clarion call for all civil servants to continue improving lives of our ordinary citizens, and especially the vulnerable groups, away from poverty and inequality. As a Free State province, we will contribute 171,709 job opportunities for the 5 years. This current financial year alone, we are expected to create no less than 30,115 work opportunities. During the implementation of Phase 5, we will be guided by the clear objectives of the program being to provide the unemployed, poor with meaningful work opportunities through the delivery of community assets and services, and actively building economic inclusion mechanisms that empower sustainable livelihood and contributing to the country's development agenda. Honorable Speaker, in order to successfully achieve this mandate, the program has set 5 priority areas of emphasis for all stakeholders implementing EPWP across the country's, namely cleaning and greening, renewable energy, maintenance of facilities, maintenance and waste management, enterprise development. I must say, Honorable Speaker, as a department, we have put plans in place towards the implementation of the above focus area, especially maintenance of our facilities, cleaning and greening, as well as waste management. In the current financial year, we have set aside a total of 35.249 million for the following programs: cleaning and greening, cash for waste, community work program, national youth service program, and skills development. We further commit to create 2,000 work opportunities through implementation of the above-mentioned program. Honorable Speaker, according to the Department of Higher Education and Training, the country currently only produces 15,000 artisans and falls short of the target of 30,000 artisans needed each year to tackle its growing workforce demand. The Department of Public Works and Infrastructure intends to contribute to this call of developing artisans. You will recall that currently the department has huge maintenance backlog on social infrastructure, resulting in the high rate of leasing from the private sector. I'm pleased to announce that the department will implement a massive skills revolution initiative in a form of artisan development program to contribute to reducing this maintenance backlog. We will be rolling out a youth development program aimed at attracting 1,000 unemployed youth to be developed in the areas of artisan trades, horticulture and landscaping, hygiene and cleaning, and participation in security services. The first phase of this program will commence in September 2024, which is a few weeks away. Some of the projects we have identified for pilot includes the refurbishment of Medfontein building in Bloemfontein. Plans are also at advanced stage with the departments such as community safety, roads and transport for the maintenance of testing stations, as well as Department of Health for the general maintenance of our health facilities. We've already engaged the Department of Health regarding Bilinomi and National Hospital, including Manapo Hospital. To ensure the quality of training in this program is achieved, we are forging relations and partnerships with TVET colleges within the province as training providers. This will enhance existing intergovernmental relations within the higher education sector. We have already placed 85 bricklaying apprentices in some of our infrastructure projects as part of experiential training program. We are mindful about the maintenance or maintaining quality of workmanship while we develop learners to become fully fledged artisans. The department will also tap into employing qualified artisans, which are mostly beyond the age of 35, as part of supervision and quality control during the construction and maintenance. Honorable Speaker, we take note that most of the job opportunities are meant for those who are below 35. But as the department was saying, a young person who have not had an opportunity to get a job for the past 5 years at the age of 33 and 34 should not be left behind. This strategy will also ensure that our programs cater for all groups of vulnerable and unemployed people across different age categories. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, the work of the department must continue to contribute to the realization of historic tasks of former generations of women leaders. The likes of Charlotte Maxeke, Lillian Goy, Ruth First, Victoria Ngenge, Albertina Sisulu, Dorothy Nyende, Dulcie September, Winnie Madikizela Mandela must continue to ring in our eardrums so that we don't forget what they stood for. We have to reaffirm our convictions to the vision of Freedom Charter and our Constitution, which propels us to work harder and more urgently in service to our people. Honorable Speaker, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Premier of the Free State, Honorable Member Queen Letsoa Matai, for affording me an opportunity to lead the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. To my colleagues in the Executive Council, thank you for your invaluable advice and counsel. I also wish to thank honorable members of the legislature, members of the Portfolio Committee on Public Works, Infrastructure, Roads, Transport and Human Settlement, as led by Honorable Van Vieren, for the useful oversight role that is keeping us on course. to the head of the department, the officials, and the entire workforce of the department. Thank you for your support and unwavering commitment. Ntate Mtolo, Morana Modimo a mpolokele wena, montsamaisa bosigo, re mo leboga bosele. Lastly, I would like to thank my organization, the African National Congress, for putting its trust in me and the continued support from its rank and file. The South African Communist Party, an organization that has shaped my ideological orientation, and the ANC Women's League for its role in advancing women's emancipation. I'll forever be indebted to the love and support of my family, particularly my older brother. I'm the only girl in the family. Kagisho and Karabo. My children, Kumo or Abezin and Khawelo, they remain pillars of my strength. Honorable members, please do not be misled by the dress code nor the colors I'm wearing today. They represent my heritage, more particularly my clan. Ke mosetsana wa Motswana, ke setlogolo sa ditholo, ke kokomane ya barolong. Ke namane ya tholo, ke ja mogope ko lala. Ke motho wa mogorogoro wa losho, wa go gogomela. Ke mmina tshipi ha go letlala, ha go le kgora ke bina tholo. Ke nna kgomo, ke ana kgomo, modimo nko emetse lesedi. I now table the budget for the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure and accordingly request this House to approve the amount of 2.017 billion for the 2024-2025 financial year, which is allocated per program. I thank you.
Thank you very much, MEC Dipolelo. Whilst you were focusing on doing the work you were doing, there was a change of office. The chair of chairs is now presenting. The debate ensues. Honorable Mahlatsi will start the debates.
Yes, thanks, Premier. Viceroy is my name. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable members of the House, distinguished guests, officials, and the House at large, may I take this opportunity to acknowledge you. I stand to welcome the budget speech tabled by MEC Public Works and Infrastructure, Honorable Dibolelo Manche, and welcomes amongst all the acknowledgement that we are witnessing the ushering in of an era of building an ethical and developmental state. Just to refresh my mind, the Associate Research and Department of Governance in London School of Economics and Political Science, Polesta, defines this developmental state as an embodiment of a normative and moral ambition to use the interventionist power of the state to guide investment in a way that promotes a certain solidaristic vision of national economy. We welcome the interventionist approach that has been taken by Public Works in terms of ensuring the emancipation of our people from poverty, especially women and the youth who have been classified as the target groups. Honorable Premier instructed us as the executing authorities of various departments to ensure that our departments work in unitary, not in silos. And that's what we intend to do. And we're happy that the budget speech seeks to buttress that kind of understanding. My understanding is that each of our departments should function as an organ that can live and function on its own. However, such organs, when being brought together, they become part of a whole or an organism. We have already seen the offshoots from this interlinkage from the perspective of the Department of Health, and we welcome the approach taken by Public Works on this one. The National Hospital project to get maternity ward back in operation is led by Public Works Department, and we have even sourced support from Mangaung Metropolitan Municipality through the Office of the Executive Mayor. And there's a lot of progress made just in a week, which is a good sign that working together we can do more. Honorable Premier, your instructions are being implemented. This is not, Honorable Speaker, this is not intended to sideline our SMEs, but it is informed by the need to build a capable state that function as a whole across the various levels. Given the current budgetary constraints, which needs a responsive approach to service delivery, we have to come up with creative and ethical ideas to achieve a better outcome in the interest of our members. Support to the various departments is important, especially to health, which I'm responsible for and can attest to the benefits. Honorable Speaker, the incident that transpired in the Eastern Free State, where a mother could not hear her daughter, the daughter was complaining that the stepfather was abusing the daughter, but the mother was stepped in a poverty cycle and abuse. She has nowhere else to go. She is dependent on the abusive partner who works in a farm for provision of physiological needs like shelter, food, and some level of security. We don't know what else goes on in that solitary farmhouse when the lights go off. What we do know, do we have it? We don't, apologies. We do not have a clue of what that poor soul is subjected to on a daily basis. Our women are faced with very difficult situations on a daily basis. The common factor on this one, and with thousands of many other women across the province, is because they cannot provide for themselves. They are then left on the mercy of abusive partners just because those partners can provide and they cannot provide themselves. If we had enough resources as a state, we'll provide for all women in that situation. And the lady I've just alluded to just signifies one of the thousands that are suffering. That is why we will be in the Eastern Free State to heighten the campaign against gender-based violence, and in the next 2 weeks, led by the Premier. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable MEC Manje, all my colleagues, we need to keep focused. We are fighting a noble cause here to grab as many women as possible from the merciless claws of the vulture in a form of abusive serial abusers. We need to give them need to give women a new lease on life, which is not being dependent on the abuser. We need to prioritize women to be economically emancipated. Of course, men should not be left behind, but this is Women's Month, and most victims are women. They deserve to be a special focus. We have even a bigger responsibility to utilize the state as a tool to protect all residents of our province. We also have to utilize the same tool to gather and redistribute resources. Our historical priorities remain the previously disenfranchised. Our people need land, and may I add, productive land which should have positive impact on their material conditions. MEC Manche, we welcome the budget speech that you have provided, and we believe that to a certain extent the women of the Free State will benefit from the budget speech, and many women will then be taken out of a poverty cycle which will enable them to stand on their own and not be subjected to abuse whilst keeping silent. We welcome the approach that have been taken to deal with the municipal bills that have been outstanding for a long time, which have affected municipalities in a very bad way, which includes non-payment of salaries and third parties for workers. We believe that the approach taken by Public Works will take us somewhere. On behalf of the African National Congress, Honorable Speaker, I stand to support the budget speech and believe that the deployee of the ANC in a form of MEC Manche will be able to lead us on that front. And I take this opportunity to also thank the Premier and the House at large. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Matlati. As a result of the absence of Honorable Mkabela and Honorable Foucault, Honorable Sufuba follows in the line.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs, Honorable Premier, Honorable members of this House, the public that is here with us, and those watching from different platforms. Honorable Chair of Chairs, dialectical materialism teaches us that nature is not a state of rest or immobility, stagnation and immutability, but a state of continuous movement and change, of continuous renewal and development. Contradictions remain the order of the day. A tree to grow, a seed must be planted in the soil. People come and go, fighters, and there is death and birth So the best thing to do is to embrace change, subject yourself to the evolution and the movement as part of nature, but also where there is movement, there will be a reaction. The change in our system, which took place 30 years ago, after 3 centuries of domination of one race by another, is testimony to that. This government is hard at work to undo all those imbalances of the past that even our constitution acknowledges. There was a company when we grew up that was called Murray and Roberts that was responsible for the construction of all the roads in this country, but we never referred to it as corruption. We accepted it because government saw it fit to use it. The ANC is committed to this renewal and development and determined to use the state power to realize that, hence the speech presented displays that commitment. Infrastructure is one of the key components of sustainable economic growth and provision of public goods to the citizens of our country. Countries that have seen rapid economic growth are those that have prioritized and invested in infrastructure. If we can use China as a case study, when they opened their economy to market in 1979, moving from the complete socialism to implement what they term socialism with the characteristics of China, they focus robustly on infrastructure development. This has been the main driver of their development, hence they are the fastest growing economy currently. This department is positioned at the center of ensuring that infrastructure that the provincial government requires to provide services to the people is availed and maintained. As the custodian of the immovable assets in the province, this is the department that is expected to ensure that the required infrastructure in the form of schools, hospitals, clinics, and many other facilities to other departments are provided so that services could be provided to our people. We see this evidence in the speech presented as it outlines the schools and clinics that are being finalized and will be handed over to the respective departments. Both departments, health and education, in their budget votes indicated progress that is being made in projects that are undertaken to deal with infrastructure challenges such as schools, hospitals, and clinics. Building of these facilities bring hope to and give dignity to the people who use them for various services that are provided by government. Yes, it is a fact that Public Works and Infrastructure Department do this work,
They need partnership with private sector and other implementing agencies. Let's make a call, though, to the department that as it appoints contractors to do this work, monitoring progress and holding them accountable to finish their work at an appointed time is critical. When projects have been started, they must be finished so that people can gain confidence in government and work that it does. We welcome the report which indicates the maintenance work that has taken place in a number of institutions and buildings and mentioned in the speech, because if maintenance is not done, we can have dilapidated buildings posing a risk to both workers and clients that are served in those buildings. The creation of jobs by the department is a direct response to the high unemployment rate that the province is experiencing. The EPWP has contributed towards provision of income in many households. We know some argue against these projects, but we should make it clear that we know that the people want permanent jobs and some to start their own businesses, but this program should be viewed for what it is and what it intends to achieve, to provide income to the unemployed, to skill the beneficiaries, and to help others develop their small businesses. When some argue this, they deliberately leave out all these other elements. The program of Skills Revolution Initiative in the form of artisan development is a progress move towards ensuring and addressing the backlog and also equipping these artisans with the experience that they need. The efforts made to create the employment is already an effort to implement priority number 1 of the 2024 ANC manifesto. Yes, we don't deny the fact that unemployment is becoming a worrisome factor, but collective effort needs to be undertaken by all to deal with this challenge. The Department of Public Works and Infrastructure should continue to engage the private sector to come on board, not only to get work from government, but to provide solutions and invest in the province on areas that are a mandate of this department. We welcome the strides in restoring the dignity of our people by registering properties and also giving title deeds to our people. Honorable Chair of Chairs, I wish to support the budget as tabled by the MEC for Public Works and Infrastructure. I thank you.
Honorable Klute.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I don't think I'm going to be long today because the MEC also didn't use 10 minutes of her time, so thank you, MEC, making it a little bit quick here. So Ramkrel remains in the media with the SIU to investigate the matter. It's still there. And Chair of Chairs, if I'm not mistaken, at some stage we as legislature also need to make a decision on what we're going to do with Ramkrel. At least, MEC, that wasn't your fault. We hope not. However, MEC, even if it was official, a 300,000 Rand trip to Durban is still a lot of money. And now, MEC, I'm not going into EPWP workers today, out of respect for those sitting here. I think we know what each other's views are. Delays in projects and project implementation are a common issue, often caused by bureaucratic red tape, procurement challenges, and coordination issues among various stakeholders. And we've discussed this in the committee as well previously. We see this department acting on behalf of another department or a client department, and sometimes those delays are not necessarily your fault. It's a result of that red tape. Let me give an example. The Department of Health might be working with the Department of Public Works as a client department, and they need plans for a new hospital. And both the provincial departments actually do their jobs, and then it goes to a national department where the delays are. And some bureaucrat in Pretoria doesn't do his work, and the delays are here. So those are issues, I think, that needs to be streamlined. Because we cannot allow for these delays to be costly and affecting the timing of delivery of services and infrastructure improvements. We need to streamline processes and improve project management practices. Speaker, we will be able to pay property rights, but clearly we need more money for municipal rights. In fact, there's a shortfall, if I'm not mistaken, MEC of 1 billion rand. The question is, MEC, how many municipalities are able to give you correct invoices and not estimates? Maybe you can assist us with that, because if I'm not mistaken, you're not allowed to pay estimates. So yes, MEC, your revenue enhancement measures are a good idea. I hope it's sustainable. Let's fix those stats. Let's save water. Good luck with your department. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Klute, Honorable Chabalala.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, members of the Free State Legislature, distinguished guests, Lelona Boshashwi, ke a le dumedisa. Lefapha la hao, Honorable MEC, le tumme ka ho se sebetse hantle le bobodu. The Department of Public Works is meant to be backbone of our nation's infrastructure, tasked with the vital responsibility of maintaining, developing public assets. Instead, it has become a symbol of everything that is wrong with our current administration. Honorable Speaker, we cannot ignore the overwhelming evidence of mismanagement and corruption within this department. Time and again, we have witnessed projects that are either delayed or never completed, cause that spiral out of control, and contractors who are paid millions for work that is substandard or simply non-existent. Recently, Auditor General made a significant finding of material irregularities concerning the 27th kilometers bulk raw pipeline project in the Mohokari municipality. Le hatile ka maoto taba eo. Speech in sa hae AG o hlalositse hore e boetse hape ho patalwa tjhelete hore ho tseba ho checkwa hore na that pipe e a sebetsa, empa le kajeno e ntse so sebetsa tjhelete yona e a tswa ya setjhaba. Honorable Speaker, 27 kilometers, for reference, is a distance from about here to Marcelspoort Dam. Almost 10 years is beyond shocking. E sebeditswe ho tloha 2015. Ho ntse so be le letho le lokileng ho fihlela hona jwale. Ke bopaki ba ho hloleha le bobodu. This level of mismanagement is not just unacceptable, it's a blatant disregard for the need of our people and a clear indication of the rot within this department. Public Works say it's a hloholo feta COVID. E kgolwa ke tsohle. Mane mo ke dulang village ba hloleha le ke ho lokisa pompo ha e dutla metsi. O ka tsamaya wa fihla ka nnete mme wa fihla mane mo ke dulang ka laundry o lo kopana le letamo la metsi. Mosebetsi wa bona ke ho dula ba ntse ba re orderile di parts. Ho a dutla ke tshaba le ho hlatswa ke bone ka ke tla tshokwa ke motlakase. That's how public works is.
These are not isolated incidents, they are part of a systematic failure that has eroded public trust and wasted billions of rands in taxpayers' money. Let us not forget the scandalous saga of government buildings that are falling apart. Despite millions being allocated for their maintenance, buildings are being left to degrade. Mane maluti aphofu. FDC buildings are left to no maintenance. Tenants are not paying rent. In fact, they are the ones that are now acting security guards for those buildings. Tse kabeng di etsa tjhelete. Le bonyaope ba itulela moo. Le ba iketsetsa mesebetsi ya bona ya ho sa ha ba tswa utswa ba tsamaya ba ntse ba pata dintho tsa bona ka ho meaho eo hobane ha e sana thuso. We know very well, Honorable Speaker, what happens to buildings left unattended. They are vehicles of corruption. We cannot allow this to continue. We need a complete overhaul of the Department of Public Works, starting with investigations into every project and contract. Honorable Speaker, this is not just about bricks and mortar. It is about the very fabric of our society. When our public infrastructure crumbles, it destroys trust of our people. Shaba sa bo rona se hloka tshepo. Hobane le ha o ka go wa tsamaya ho bo metse le metsana kwana ha e so thaba di mahlo. Ka hare ho metse le metsana, dipeipi tsa metsi di a dutla. Ho matha metsi empa ho lua ka hore level ya letamo e se le tlase. MEC le ofisi ya hao hle ka tlhompho le boikokobetso. Re kopa o tlohele ho iphapanya le ha o bona hore mathata a mangata. Ka ho qolleha ho tshepa boetapele bona ba kgomo kopanya diboko tabeng ya ditjhelete ka nnete re tla be re bobodu bo jesitse kgomo kopanya diboko GNU ho kopane malapa ka malapa. Re le mokgatlo wa EFF, Honorable Speaker, re re ha ile yena budget e mamphempe re nka re lahlela hole mo le nonyana mama Sianoki e ke kenya e thola. I thank you. Yona ye.
Thank you, Honorable Chabalala. Honorable Mokoena.
Honorable Chair of Chairs, thanks for the opportunity. Greetings, everybody. People of the Free State have spoken, demanding proper service delivery. And this is the responsibility of everyone sitting in this room. They demand this because it is their resources that we are entitled to run, and not the money of any particular party. The 2 billion allocated to this department for 2024-25 financial year must be properly allocated to ensure maximum impact, because it is the tax monies of our people. And they deserve, Honorable MEC, through you, Chair of Chairs, the best out of it. Stronger measures need to be put in place to curb financial mismanagement. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure increased by 11.34 million, from 49,000 in 2021-22 to 11.39 million in 2022-23. This astronomical increase is unacceptable and shows clearly that this department needs to get its house in order. This department was responsible for the highest percentage of fruitless and wasteful expenditure in the Free State at a rate of 36.5%. It's a department that also struggles to fulfill its core mandate. This kind of mismanagement, Chair of Chairs, needs to be urgently attended to. The recent quarterly labor force survey shows that the expanded unemployment rate in the Free State stands at 45.1, placing our province in the top 5 provinces in terms of unemployment. And I heard the Honorable MEC indicating that this department must fight unemployment. We are calling on her and the department to say, let's do that, because 45.1% of unemployed people is a ticking bomb. To ensure that that stops, this department must get its house in order. The expanded public works program has a great potential to be a force to train and employ people of the Free State. This program needs to produce a skilled labor force of beneficiaries who are able to enter the work market or who can become entrepreneurs. So, we are saying as the Democratic Alliance that we are supporting this endeavor written down in the prescripts of what this department's mandate is, to ensure that we fight poverty and we take our people out of unemployment. The youth of the province especially need the programs like this, Honorable Chair of Chairs, considering the high youth unemployment rate. Job creation through construction and building maintenance should be a priority for this department, especially considering the scope of this kind of work in the Free State. Revenue collection also needs to be enhanced, especially considering the projected shortfall of 1.3 billion. I think the MEC agrees with me here that there is a shortfall, and therefore we must up our game in terms of collection. In 2023-24 financial year, per department annual performance plan, the same document states that the department will not be able to meet its future financial and contracted obligations. That is what the department says to ourselves. And this inability to meet these obligations means, that service delivery from this department will deteriorate even further. Modula stulo ba dula tulo. Phumantsho ya mesebetsi e bohlokwa. Le ha ho le jwalo, bo rakontraka bohle ba lokela ho fana ka ditshebeletso. Ba lokela hore ba hlahlojwe kapa ba lekolwe. Ditendara di ntshuwe ka tsela e nepahetseng. Hona ho tla fedisa hore batho ba nyahame hara tsela ba tlohelle mosebetsi. Because ha o fuwa batho ba senang tsebo, ba senang tsebo ya hore mosebetsi o etsa jwang, ha mosebetsi o ba hlola ba tlo tlohela hara tsela hobane ha ba bone ho ya pele. Lefapha lena
Honorable member.
le tlwaele ho ya
Honorable member. Honorable Nanyani, I took advantage that you are not new in this legislature. That's why I didn't want to repeat what was said to you about the expected conduct of an honorable member. Let's maintain that so that the House can be peaceful and focus on its work of political debates, not any other thing. Let's refrain from that behavior. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Lefapha lena le tlwaetse hore le fe batho ba itseng fela mosebetsi. Ba nang le nalane, le ha ile hore nalane ya bona e bontshitse hore ha ba fihlelle sepheo, re ntse re ba pheta re ba fa mosebetsi. Re a kopa he, re dikontraka tsohle tse hlolehang ho qeta mosebetsi kapa ho fana ka mosebetsi wa boemo bo nepahetseng, re ke re di tshwaye ka pene kgubedu di behelle ka thoko hobane di senya matlole a baahi ba Free State. Lefapha lena provinceng le lokela ho sebedisana mmoho le mafapha a mang a puso, haholoholo mafapha a public works boemong ba naha. Hobane ha o ya mane Tlokolene MEC, hona le moaho police station mo. Pipe ha di kgolo e kana etabuile. Masipala ha o kgone ho ilukisa hobane e ka hara police station. Ba police station ba re ha re kgone ho ilukisa hobane ke boikarabelo ba national. Now we need a collaborative effort in order to deal with systematic problems within the Department of public works at all levels. Tshebedisano mmoho pakeng tsa mafapha e bohlokwa haholo molemong wa phumantsho ya ditshebeletso tsa mantlha setjhabeng sa rona. DA e fana ka ditharollo mona le mane, empa ho lefapha hore na e tla ananela ditharollo tseo re fanang ka tsona kapa jwang. Mara qetellong ya letsatsi modulasetulo ke hore baahi ba Freistata ba tlamehile ba fumane ditshebeletso tseo ba di hlokang. Meaho e mengata e ka rekiswa ka hara Freistata ho etsa mohlala. E meng e ka fuwa batho kapa di-organizations tse ka di sebedisang haholoholo ha o sheba ka hara Qwaqwa ka mane ho na le dikolo tse sa leng di tlohela, tse ding tsa tsona ebile di fedile ko sengwa, di kana tsa donate-uwa ho batho ba di hlokang. Honorable Speaker, another issue that is very disturbing in this department is the question of vacancy rate in the department throughout the Free State, which is deeply concerning. There are so many opportunities for employment in this department that can promote job creation or employment for our people. I strongly urge the department to fill these vacancies with qualified individuals and ensure that the department is operating at its full capacity. In line with this, the department needs an up-to-date ICT system which can quickly and efficiently identify issues, provide feedback, and generate reports. Technology needs to be used to its full potential. One of this department's primary responsibility is infrastructure management and maintenance. Through you, Honorable Chair of Chairs, the Honorable MEC, how many buildings are currently dilapidated and unused, like the hospital in Ladybrand? How many are regularly vandalized and illegally occupied, like the buildings of the railway in Bethlehem? How much money has the department lost in depreciation of these assets? Extreme bureaucracy in this government is a serious issue that needs to be addressed. As I said earlier, the provincial departments need to collaborate within themselves. That which this department does for sister departments can be done by those departments and allow this department only to focus only on its core mandate. A full-scale audit of the asset held by the department needs to be undertaken, and all infrastructure needs to be rated according to serviceability, fitness for purpose, and state of repair or disrepair. Cost-saving measures and stricter financial controls need to be implemented. Any new infrastructure needs to be closely monitored to ensure that they are necessary and provided good value for money. Economic and environmental sustainability need to be prioritized. Chair of Chairs, building maintenance is a weak spot in this department, evidenced by the dilapidated and collapsed infrastructure throughout the province. Functional maintenance plans must be established and implemented with strict controls over the budget, timeframes and standards. The department has reported a significant maintenance backlog which needs to be attended to. Devolving these responsibilities to client departments will clear the backlog and ensure that maintenance can be done before infrastructure is in such a state of disrepair that it must be scrapped totally. In line with better maintenance, stricter security control measures needed to be undertaken. Theft, vandalism, and squatting are serious concerns at many public buildings. This leaves communities at risk. Lefapha lena le jwetsitse ntlo ena hore diphethoho di a etsahala. Empa e mong le mong ya teng mona o tla dumelana le nna ha ke re lebelo leo diphetho di etsahalang ka lona le hloka ho eketseha. Mme re dumelana le MEC hore o tseleng e nepahetseng, empa more must be done. Baahi ba Freistata ba lokela ke ditshebeletso tse betere ho feta tsena tseo re ntse re ba fa tsona.
Thank you. Honorable Mokoena, Honorable Mathabo Leeto, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs. And thank you, Honorable Jankelson, to say the grandson want to see me. I don't know if he is ready to see me in a day's time. Honorable Chair of Chairs, the Honorable Speaker in absentia and the Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Premier in absentia, members of the Executive Council, members of the Legislature, our traditional leaders, ladies and gentlemen, protocol is observed. Nelson Mandela once said, and I quote, "To overcome poverty is not a gesture of charity. It is an act of justice. It is the protection of fundamental human rights, the right to dignity and decent life." Honorable Speaker, the ANC-led government in the past 30 years steered a course to fight poverty, hunger, unemployment, and inequalities. We have boldly confronted socio-economic challenges which came from 300 years of injustice, oppression, and exploitation by imperialism and colonialism of special type. Therefore, our young democracy and citizenship continue to evolve because we live amongst societal contradictions that continues to sharpen, and at a time contradictions sharpens, development occurs. Women are an integral part of communities and they are the foundation of society. Therefore, investing in them to accelerate progress is vital. Just 30 years ago, most women in South Africa were denied the right to vote and work. They were also denied a right to own property. Our own journey has taught us that voices of women are powerful and can never be silenced. Women remains our responsibility to continue to write new chapters in our history and to challenge outdated views and to smash glass ceilings. Since 1994, women has assumed leadership roles in all sectors of society, but more work still remains in closing the gender gap and ensuring women take their rightful place in all sectors of society, in the main to fight and overcome triple oppression, as all of us have said. In the past 3 decades, women have strides across society because of the many brave women who came before us and changed the narrative of what a woman's role should be. The Department of Public Works and Infrastructure in the Free State Province promises to improve our people's quality of life and to leave no one behind in our strides to fight poverty. Poverty is the worst form of violence and we shall do anything in our power to fight it. This budget vote is a testimony to the people of the Free State that we as the governing party remains resolute and firm in fighting triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequalities. Our intentions are very clear, Siyakuba. We want a developmental state which promotes sustainable development and growth. Honorable MEC Manje, we advise that property ownership be transformed to allow women to own immovable property. It is inspiring and uplifting to the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure as the custodian of provincial government's immovable assets to focus on strengthening its internal operations and enhance their own capacity. This budget is indeed a roadmap for the professionalization of public works and infrastructure as the department and its officials. We welcome the refurbishment of government buildings for them to be utilized by government. This initiative will reduce the rental spent by public works when the departments need accommodation for their operations. Honorable Speaker, Chair of Chairs, the immovable assets verification is very key because there are individuals who occupy government buildings and houses without any payment. The verification of the immovable assets will maximize utilization of properties owned by the state, because we cannot afford that there should be people who are occupying government buildings and houses without paying a cent to government. Where necessary, the department should dispose of and sell the properties that are not needed by government, because municipalities continue to charge government for rates and taxes even if the property is dilapidated or vandalized. Honorable Chair of Chair, the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure is guided by constitutional requirements of high standard and professional ethics. Ethical conduct and departmental integrity are key to eradicate fraud and corruption within the public service. This budget vote presented by MEC Manje will persuade three strategic objectives: to drive inclusive growth and job creation, reduce poverty to tackle the high cost of living, build a capable, ethical, and developmental state. We support the targets related to skills development, recruitment, and the 100% compliance for the financial disclosure framework. Furthermore, the department also supports the lifestyle audit imperatives introduced in the public service by the Department of Public Service and Administration in a way to promote good governance. As part of our professionalization of government, the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure is implementing a series of compulsory training interventions in order to capacitate its officials. This is a good initiative for the department and its officials. We must praise the department for their saving strategy, as this indeed a good story to tell. And this indeed is a progressive skills revolution. The maintenance of government properties is very important for us to professionalize the public service and the state in general. We welcome the abolishment of the silo mentality between departments by the Honorable Premier when she coordinated public works to make their artisans and plumbers available for maintenance of ablution facilities at Pelonomi. I think, MEC Manje, we need to coordinate that. You also assist other departments. Of course, they must also provide their maintenance budget. Public Works has the technical capacity to maintain and refurbish government immovable properties. We support the call by Public Works that maintenance budget be increased by departments so that Public Works can assist with the maintenance of government buildings. We support the department's plan on refurbishing, renovating, and upgrading the buildings that has been mentioned in their speech, which I'm not going to repeat. It is good that the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure do condition assessment, as they are important and significant components of preventing maintenance, which will cost us a lot of money. Instead of waiting for the asset or product to fail, the testing process should shed light on its current condition, whether through a visual inspection or another approach, to avoid paying for expensive repairs in the long run, as I mentioned. It's important to identify small problems early. Therefore, we support all planned condition assessment and installation of solar panels in the identified government buildings where the risk of theft is low is of most importance. The Sustainable Development Goal 9 of Industries, Innovations and Infrastructure is a blueprint for building resilient infrastructure. Therefore, under infrastructure delivery, it is good to see that the department is planning to renovate and hand over buildings. Now, Chair of Chairs, in the interest of time, I would like to address the issues that are following. We cannot shy away from the historical disparities of spatial development and property ownership. our people were denied rights to own property. That is why today we have landlords who are overseas enjoying rental benefits from properties and buildings that are in our land. That's why we need to transform the property space to make sure that many people, especially Africans and blacks in particular, they own these buildings which are rented by government, instead of taking money to those who owns the means of production. The president, when he opens parliament, he instructed that we must cut the red tape of doing business. And I think the Department of Public Works is on course in that issue. Honorable Chabalala, Public Works, you are saying Public Works is not working well and is popular with corruption. I understand your high level of stress to an extent that you don't understand or listen to what
Speaker.
the Honorable
Speaker.
MEC has said.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Is that a point of order?
Yes.
Can Honorable Matago take a seat? Let's hear a point of order.
Honorable Speaker, ki ipotsa fela hore ebe o eba ditsebe. Ha ile mona Honorable Leeto e se le doctor ya ka tseba le stress saka. Ebe wa I utlwa kapa ha o I utlwi kapa wa iphapanya.
That's not a point of order. Proceed, Honorable Member.
Mara he ke tla mo araba ka tsela e
Please sit down.
No, she's not my
Honorable
doctor.
Member, please sit
She's
down.
not my doctor. Has can tell.
Honorable Member, please sit down. Help us to preserve the decorum of the House. Sit down.
Honorable
Honorable
Chair,
Leto, please proceed.
Honorable Chair of Chairs, if the stress levels are high, when you talk, you can't hear yourself. When someone speaks, you can't hear, you can't listen to understand. Honorable Manje has indicated the work that they are doing in rooting out corruption in the department. But at the same time, I heard Honorable Chabalala talking about herself, where she stays at the residence of members of the legislature, that the pompo dietsang, when her own party is placing people at spaces where there's no infrastructure. Those people don't have water, they don't have anything. Now she prioritizes herself on top of the people. Now the African National Congress is the only party that prioritizes the needs of the people. Not from 1994, but historically, history books will tell you what happened before 1994. It is not because our own people habana boko hore ebe habana di building ka jeno tse ba di ownang, is because mokgatlo wa Ntate Mokoena ona e leng hore ke setloholo sa National Party kona o entseng hore batho ba rona ebe ka jeno habana lefatshe, ebe ka jeno habana di building tse leng hore ke tsa bona, hobane ho ba le property dilemo tse 30 ha di lekane le tse 300. Tshenyo e entsweng ke mokgatlo ona e mokgatlo wa hao e leng setlolo sa ona ke sona se re beileng mona. Empa mokgatlo wa ANC in the 30 years, there are achievements and milestones that we can talk about in terms of property ownership of our own people, and we are going to continue to transform the landscape of property ownership. Lastly, the issue of providing...
On a point of order, Speaker.
Let's hear the point of order.
Thank you very much,
please take
Speaker.
a seat.
We are in the House. This is not a tavern. May you please rein in on the fellow members.
Honorable Nanyani, a point of order has been called on your conduct despite our consistent engagement of you. We are reprimanding you for the last time. Honorable Nanyani,
Point of order, Chair.
We are reprimanding you for the last time. Your conduct is rendering you
Re re ba arabe ka speed,
to be
Chair.
reprimanded by the sitting.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order.
Honorable Nanyani,
Honorable Chair of Chairs,
VBS,
if I continue,
Honorable
I'm
MC,
happy.
Honorable MC, let's allow the problem to solve itself.
yeah. Le tlwaetse go gola le sa sebetse.
There is no need for the sitting to compromise the principles. Please proceed with the debate.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. I'm happy that they left the house to follow Floyd Shivam. So it's a culture in their party that if they don't agree with something, they walk out. So let them ship out. We will remain representing our people. Whether hule monati kapo se monati, we will remain in the house. We will not leave the house. Because the Honorable Chabalala spoke about the pipeline in Samuhukare. And I'm sure the MEC is not MEC of Human Settlement and Culture. She presented her budget vote on public works. We welcome and support the speech or the budget vote by MEC Manje, but there will be another sitting and Kitabatola.
Thank you, Honorable Leto. Time for the MEC to respond to the debate.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. In actual fact, all the speakers who came to the podium, they're quite positive in terms of the work that we do, though we must appreciate the inputs that have been made from all of them. However, there are very few things that I think we need to respond to. In as far as utilities, that is your electricity and water accounts to municipalities. We're making it clear in our statement or in the budget vote that the department has been able to utilize its budget for the past 3 years, 100%. But the unfortunate part is the amount that has been allocated as per the income coming from Treasury. If we're given 10 rand to be able to pay for an utility that cost you 100 rands, it's impossible. However, we're looking at other alternatives so that we don't sit on our laurels as a department and complain about money, but we're saying there is water savings project that we are looking into. There's renewable energy matter that we are looking into. In actual fact, we are implementing and we are seeing the results. That means we are moving towards the right direction. Honorable Chabalala raised issues relating to Muhukar project. I think in all fairness, that is not a project that is located within the ambits or the responsibilities and mandate of the department. Therefore, we will, however, take the MEC responsible on board in terms of the issues that have been raised in relations to our own budget vote. On general maintenance and with specific reference to issues of water and electricity at Parliamentary Village. Part of the conversation that we had in the department was to say, but when we do the solar and PV energy savings, why should we actually focus on members of parliament, including members of the executive? Because the primary beneficiaries should be our people. But however, the project had already moved. Menonyan is part of those who are staying at the Parliamentary Village. In actual fact, she once complained about electricity. She called me, we acted immediately, but unfortunately, the issues of electricity, there was nothing wrong ka motlakase wa Parliamentary Village. Bothata fela kore re movile from your old system of electricity, re service prepaid. Jwale o na sa reka motlakase. Yaba motlakase ha o sebetse. Jwale ke ne ke batla ho mo hopotsa ka ene hore ha bua ka issue tsa metsi le tse ding, yane ya motlakase it could have been the same issue in relation to water. Now, in as far as monitoring and evaluation, when we started in this department in the previous term, when we arrived in March 2023, most of the projects were at 20%, 30%, 40%. And I'm proud as an MEC of this particular department that we have navigated the journey with the PMU unit. We have been able to force compliance on a number of issues, and our quarterly or fortnight meetings with PMU has resulted good results. That's why at this point, I can confidently say Katla Mpumelelo is at 91%, Breda Farm School is at 80%, Leboneng Special Schools is 97%. We have moved in terms of ensuring that we finish those particular projects that have been implemented by the department. And surely, in the next 3 weeks, we'll definitely walk the journey with members of the legislature when we hand over those particular institutions or those projects to client departments. Honorable members, issues relating to national departments, as Ndate Mugwen has indicated. In our last meeting, fortunately this time around, the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, together with the DM, invited me to Cape Town. And I've stayed in the same hotel I was staying in the last time. And this is not my own, I don't make a request of where I want to stay. You make a request to administration. But surely, I stayed in the same hotel where I stayed. When we met in Cape Town with the minister, part of the conversation was our frustration relating to property portfolio. Number of houses that are in the province, they do not only belong to the provincial department, but national department. And we have agreed in principle with the minister that in our next MINMEC, we are going to put property issues as part of our MINMEC agenda, because it has been neglected for quite some time. Secondly, as the Free State Province, it is our proposal on BOTs and ROTs, build, operate and transfer ROT. You can even ask the minister. It was our proposal to him to say, government does not have enough resources, but we can't just sit and watch when our buildings are going down the drain the way they do. We said we have identified 3 significant buildings. It's Ramkral, it's Fort Trekker, and Pelinomi and Kopanong. 4 Kopanong hospital. That's why already there are these particular interventions in relation to Kopanong, Pelinomi. With Ramkral, we have said if the processes in relation to investigations with SIU, they get completed, we will be able to hand over that particular project to Department of Human Settlement for the low-cost housing, because it will add value in Mangaung. We'll have people not struggling to have spaces to stay, but we'll have houses. That's what we are proposing. But over and above, we agree in principle that we must consistently have conversations with national departments in relation to property, because when there were issues relating to the, what is this police station? Park Road, we called the minister, and minister, within 3 weeks, he was in Bloemfontein to deal with issues relating to that particular project. So we've got those particular in conversation from time to time. Mahogare municipalities had issues with Home Affairs offices that were closed in Zastron. We spoke to the minister at that time, the DM for Home Affairs, which is DM Zoza. As I'm speaking to you now, there were particular interventions that were made. So we do have those particular conversations from time to time. However, I'm happy, Honorable Klute, you have raised the issues relating to the so-called Durban or Cape Town story that has been all over the show. I've decided not to respond to that particular issue because we must allow processes to unfold. I've presented myself before the Auditor General. I've asked the Auditor General, please audit this particular transaction so that when I speak with authority. No MEC goes to supply chain and 1 to 1, 2, 3. No, you don't. You request accommodation, processes are taken over. If I were to do that, if I were to enter into that particular space, that means I would be doing something that is way out of my space. However, we'll allow Auditor General to come back and be able to brief us in terms of what is actually happening. I must applaud opposition parties which were able to come on board through questions, proper things of asking questions to say what has happened, we see this particular. It was correct way of approach of doing it, but the unfortunate part is whoever that has leaked the information to the public has not done so within the proper administrative way of this POPI Act and other regulations that we need to look into. However, because of that, it has subjected myself and my entire family at risk, because people purported themselves as SIU and so forth and so on, have been calling, texting, and doing all these funny things to a point whereby I had to open a case in relation to that. But we are happy that SSA is also on site to assist us with this particular issue, including Department of Treasury to assist us. I'm not, as we take this particular responsibility, when we said we are available, it comes with a package, the good and the bad, but we are able to take accountability for the work that we do. However, we'll wait that particular process, because even internally we have requested the HOD to investigate the matter. When the time is right, we will respond to it. I'm sure I have responded to a number of issues, but over and above that particular matter relating to the trip, we must indicate that it's very dangerous to entertain things that are in the media, but we are here to focus on the work that we are expected to do, and will continue to focus on them. Issues relating to FDC buildings, we have engaged FDC, by the way, to say we are looking towards this particular approach of BOTs and ROTs. Can't you look into the same model? If they agree, we are more than happy to partner with them to bring property developers in the province to be able to take the Free State forward. Because by so doing, you will be ensuring that you develop the Free State and we grow the economy. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, MEC Manche. The reply by the MEC concludes the debate on Vote 9, Public Works and Infrastructure. Before we adjourn, let's observe the following announcement. This as well brings us to the end of the business of the House today. And before the House adjourn, I wish to make the following announcement. Number one, that honorable members and guests should remain seated at their allocated seats as the Sergeant at Arms, the Honorable Chair of Chair, and the Secretary leave the House. I see the MECs leaving first. Announcement number two, that the guests should remain at their allocated seats while honorable members leave the House. Announcement number three, that all guests are invited for lunch. The House shall now adjourn until Tuesday, 28th August 2024 at 9 o'clock at 4th Ratsal, and the business of the House shall be the consideration of the following budget votes. Vote number 12, Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation. Vote number 2, Free State Provincial Treasury. Vote number 1, Office of the Premier. And the last one, which is vote 2, Free State Legislature. The House is adjourned.